Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, nobody said Philadelphia sports is necessarily fun all the time. Friday was the day of celebration. The first round of the draft was great for the Eagles, and the Sixers won Game 3 to make it a 2-1 series. Well, this weekend, the draft continued to be good for the Eagles, but that doesn't mean we have to have everything go our way. Last night sucked! Come on! They're down 3-1 now! I guess we got to talk about it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
If Howie Roseman covets a guy, you go get your guy. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
There's some in the fan base that are very much of the belief that clock is ticking. I couldn't look at it more opposite. I think this team has a window.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a somewhat pleasant Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. John, you're going to be doing some heavy lifting today, man, because I'm freaking miserable.
You're a wordsmith, is what I must say, though. I admire the effort of trying to make it seem somewhat positive this morning.
Oh, it was a beautiful morning driving in.
It was nice.
And the Eagles draft was fantastic.
Yeah.
But you put those things aside, the rest of the weekend sucked.
Yeah, it really did. The weather was sort of nice.
It was sort of nice.
I mean, I'm trying to find any silver lining for you as we get started today, but start unwrapping it.
Yeah.
Let's start unwrapping.
So, look, I know this is Eagles town. I do, and I know the Eagles are the head honcho, but I can't not start with the Sixers, right? We'll get into the Eagles in this segment, but I have to start with the Sixers and the performance yesterday afternoon, at the Wells Fargo Center, if you believe it was the Wells Fargo Center, because it sounded like Madison Square Garden at times. The Sixers lose to the New York Knicks. They drop Game 4, so they're now down 3-1 with the series heading back to New York. And there's a million storylines from this game. And once again, effort is questioned. 13 offensive rebounds for the New York Knicks in the fourth quarter, guys. Not in the game. In the fourth quarter, 13 offensive rebounds for the New York Knicks. Josh Hart, right, wasn't doing anything offensively. But what did he do? He still found a way to make an impact in other areas of the game. That is something that the Sixers seem to lack. When a guy's offensive game is not going, it seems like it brings everything else down. How many times do you hear in baseball, oh, man, he's bringing his struggles at the plate onto the field, right? It seems like that happens with the Sixers. If there's offensive struggles, it leads to defensive struggles, whereas guys like Josh Hart might be doing nothing offensively, but will find a way to make an impact on the defensive side or on the glass, something the Sixers just don't do. 13 offensive rebounds for the New York Knicks in the fourth quarter, so now you have to question effort. Again, I can't believe we're doing this for a second time this series. Joel Embiid, 1 point in the fourth quarter, and my biggest beef, because it's not like he wasn't taking shots, he was just missing it. There was a chance for him to take a shot. They drew a play for him out of an inbound, and the play was designed perfectly.
Perfect.
He had a wide open mid-range jump shot, which he makes 99% of the time. And then he tries to drive into 4 Knicks defenders, doesn't get the foul that he was looking for. The Sixers end up having to foul the Knicks because the Knicks grab the rebound, and it swings everything. He makes that basket. It's a one-possession game. He misses it. The Knicks go to the free throw line. Tyrese Maxey, 4 of 13 in the second half, 2 of 8 in the fourth quarter. He had a disappearing act. Speaking of disappearing acts, I don't know if Tobias Harris was on the court in the second half. Once again, John, 8 points in the first half. You're going, oh, here we go. He's making an impact.
6 in the first quarter, I believe.
Yep. 2 in the second half. 2 points in the entire second half of the game. Is it Tobias Harris's fault they lost? No, but it's a part of the collective process as to why the Sixers come up short every freaking year. And another backup center who can't play. Paul Reed could not play yesterday. 4 minutes, and then Nick Nurse had to give him the hook. It's just unbelievable that I'm watching the same thing unfold. Doesn't matter what round at this point. First round, second round. Well, we can never say third round because they're not out of it. They're never getting there. It's just another year where you're just sitting here perplexed, watching a team they blew another lead yesterday.
Here's where I would say to you, why do you find it hard to believe? And I said it to myself.
I shouldn't find it hard to believe.
And I said it to myself yesterday. By the way, time of death, 3:36 p.m. yesterday afternoon, because my days of believing in the Sixers blindly or believing that this year is going to be different with this assemblage of talent, even the core pieces, I'm done. I'm not done being a Sixers fan.
Of course not.
I'm not done rooting for them, but I'm done getting sucked in and believing that things are going to be different because the same excuses get trotted out. There's always an excuse. There's always some reason that it happened. But to me, a lack of effort in 2 of the games of this series has totally swung it. It could easily be even. It could easily be 3-1 Sixers. But you know why not? Because they've been outplayed, they've been out-hustled, they've been out-coached. And that's something that I did not expect to happen.
Absolutely not. I was watching the game with 2 of my buddies yesterday. And I said to them in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter, each quarter, I go, you know what's crazy? I feel like the Sixers have outplayed them the entire game, but they're either not pulling away with it or they're losing. And it's because the Knicks it goes back to the effort. Every time you thought the Sixers might pull away with it, nope, Knicks came back. And it wasn't because Jalen Brunson was hitting threes from midcourt. It's just their effort was so much more. Like, it's unbelievable. You can't allow a team that grabbed 13 offensive rebounds in the fourth quarter. That's just effort.
How about what was the plan on Brunson? Because you saw Brunson, game 1 and game 2, you had a really good plan.
Well, you knew that.
Which, by the way, involved doubling at times.
Yes.
Then yesterday you don't? You don't double Jalen Brunson when he is literally slicing you up in every critical moment? You just say, well, he's going to get his? Are you freaking kidding me?
You knew that game was going to come at some point, though.
No, but I don't understand the strategy because it was a different strategy than you used in game 1 and game 2 when you were better against it. That's what I don't understand. They were even questioned on the broadcast. Is the idea of like, well, what's going on here? And Richard Jefferson, don't even get me started. Can't stand it. But I mean, I would just tell you this, is that there is so much blame to go around. I don't even know how you prioritize it or how people prioritize it because your best players totally let you down.
Right.
And then guys who are supposed to help prop up the best players, many of them were non-existent.
I think how you prioritize it is, one, Joel Embiid comes up small in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Joel Embiid cannot score 1 point in the fourth quarter after dropping 50. And look, we gave Embiid his flowers. You know how I feel about Joel. He backed up what he said after game 2. Saying,
yes, he did.
You know, look, we're the better team. We're going to win this series. And he comes out game 3 and drops 50 points. But then yesterday, scoring 1 point in the fourth quarter. And I don't care if the Knicks were doing different things defensively. Joel Embiid's got to find a way to score more than 1 point in the fourth quarter. And then it's the factor that Tobias Harris does nothing in the second half. Tyrese Maxey was not helpful in the second half of that game.
Tyrese Maxey was non-existent.
No, the only guys that I can't complain about are Kelly Oubre and Campaign. Right? Like, those are the only 2 guys that I can't complain about from yesterday's game. And D'Anthony Melton, because the fact that he's even playing, I give him credit that he's, even out there.
He was gutting it out.
Right. And then what the story with the Knicks is, to your point, Jalen Brunson goes off offensively. But I'll point it out again, Josh Hart scored 4 points. 4 points yesterday, but grabbed 17 rebounds. And that's the thing that I have a big beef with guys like Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris might score only 2 points in the second half of the game, but it's not like he's doing something else, right? Josh Hart scored 4 points all game, grabbed 17 boards.
It was ridiculous. And again, you're making a great point because I think we're laying it out well. Now there may be people who will disagree with us on this. But yes, it's easy. Number 1 target yesterday of discussion should be Joel Embiid.
Has to be.
And I'm not even talking about post-game with a microphone in his face.
We'll get
I'm
to
talking
that.
about on the court.
Right.
But his supporting cast and the number, to me, 1A is Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
Tyrese Maxey, again, just a spectator. He didn't lay on the court, but he was a spectator in that game when they needed him. What was the moment too big? What was going on? What was going on yesterday?
I can't go moment too big because he's played well the first 3 games
Well, then
of the
what
series.
happened yesterday?
It's not like he was a spectator. He went he took 8 field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. So he only made 2 of them. Like he couldn't hit a freaking shot. He was 0 for 2 from 3, 2 of 8 from the field. And then it goes back to the supporting cast. Joel Embiid, again, it's not like Joel Embiid didn't attempt shots. He attempted 5 field goals. They just weren't going in.
Did they attempt? The thing is, though, you say that with Maxey and you say it with Embiid. Go in that fourth quarter. How many times did they put up a shot and you went, that wasn't a good choice?
Oh, probably multiple times.
It wasn't a good choice.
Times.
And so to me, that is either, I would imagine that Nick Nurse has drawn up something better than that. But there were three possessions. down the court in the fourth quarter of like a 3-point, 4-point game where the Sixers didn't get it inside the 3-point line.
Yeah.
They totally moved the ball outside the 3-point line, never once getting it inside. It was ridiculous. It looked like a badly drawn-up CYO game. It was, I'm telling you, I thought Nick Nurse was supposed to be a difference maker.
Well,
Whether his players weren't executing what he asked them to do, or that plan sucked. It's one of the two.
With Embiid not taking that mid-range jump shot.
No
that
question.
Was
I do
was
too.
drawn up to perfection.
It was perfection.
It was perfection. You hit that shot to one possession game.
No question.
He pumps against nobody.
But why? I don't get it.
I think maybe it was they were getting tight. I don't know. I don't know what that is. And it just showed that between those two teams, when the moment was tight, there is a mentality with the Knicks that the Sixers don't have, and that's why you're now down 3-1 in this series, and you hope to force a Game 6 tomorrow night.
We're hoping.
You're hoping
That's
to
what we're
force
hoping.
it. All right, so Sixers reaction, it will be going all day long. John mentioned the microphone in front of Joel Embiid's face. We will
get to
talk
that.
about that at some point this hour because it was a pretty damning statement made by Joel Embiid. But Sixers reaction, your thoughts after Game 4 debacle, where I think we all felt good going into the game because the Sixers had been the better team, arguably in the first 3 games, even though they were down 2-1. But yesterday, the Knicks were the better team.
The Knicks
Plain
were
and simple.
absolutely the better team.
There's no excuses. There's no, well, the Sixers should have won this game. Well, yeah, they probably should have won this game if they didn't give up 13 offensive rebounds and got out-hustled and the Knicks provided more effort in the fourth quarter, but that's just what ended up happening. So the Sixers lose. We'll react to that. Your calls, your texts, 610-632-0975. Now let's go to our happy place.
What is the happy place?
The Eagles NFL draft.
That was really happy. No, good. You're getting to it. That's it.
The Eagles draft was a masterclass by Howie Roseman. I understand that there's still some question marks about some of the players that they acquired. You have to also draft based off of upside. But the Eagles draft, are there actual complaints? I understand somebody might say, I would have preferred this player over that player. I brought this up last week that I thought that the Eagles were anger-proof going into the NFL draft. Is there something that you could legitimately complain about from this weekend?
No. What I would say is there are things you could question.
Absolutely.
I do not believe there are things you would be complaining about. And if you're complaining about it, like if you're complaining about that they go out and make, I think this guy was a reach. I'm going to tell you, you don't know enough about the player to tell me that it was a reach.
Right.
That you may assume it is. And by the way, I do have some of those questions. But overall, I think the Eagles plan saved my weekend. It made me smile. It made me get excited about what's coming this fall.
Yeah.
It made me get I am really, really excited for what they're about.
So we all know that they select Quinyon Mitchell in the first round. Friday was an absolute party because it was after a Sixers victory and an incredible selection. A top corner on the board that a lot of people had going in the teens fell to the Eagles at 22. So we know day one was perfect for the Eagles. Second round, we're fired up about picks 50 and 53, and they use those to trade up to 40.
What did you say when you saw that deal? Like when you saw that they were trading up and giving that up. My initial reaction was, no. You know when you see a guy take a shot in a basketball game and you go, no. Oh, yeah.
But then
that
you're
was awesome.
right because it went in.
My initial reaction was, hell no.
Yeah, because you wanted to draft two players in the top, or three players in the top 53. But they go up and get Cooper DeJean.
And I did not complain.
What?
No, I was loving it.
I brought this up Thursday morning. I saw a tweet Wednesday night from one of the big NFL draft analysts, right? I forget which one it was.
Okay.
I'm hearing that Cooper DeJean could go higher than a lot of people think. Early to mid-teens. They get him at 40.
Loved it.
40. And look, Howie Rosen read the draft board. He read how things were going to go. He talked about it a little bit where he said after the first day you kind of get a feel for what might go on in rounds 2 and 3. He knew Thursday night that he wanted to trade up to get Cooper DeJean. That's just my guess. He probably knew that Thursday night. Once he saw DeJean fall out of the first round, he knew, all right, this is a guy that I can target. And they trade up to 40th overall and draft a guy that people had going in the first round, a guy that, look, there's questions about what is his position. Is he a cornerback? Is he a safety? You know what? Vic Fangio is a guy that might use players all over the place. We've seen Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in a Vic Fangio system kind of play all over the place. Right? I know Jim Schwartz doesn't have a similar system to Vic Fangio, but Jim Schwartz, another bend but don't break kind of guy. We saw Malcolm Jenkins play everywhere. You now have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson again, who you can use everywhere, and Cooper DeJean, who you can use, by all accounts, everywhere.
I can't get over the move. I didn't expect the move. And again,
zero expectations.
And again, I was one of those people, the bad, not the bad fan, but the fan going, no, are you freaking kidding me? And then, wow.
Then you found out who it was
it.
for.
I did not expect at any point, did I expect after we saw what went down on Thursday night with Quinyon Mitchell, did I expect them to double down on the secondary? And I love the move that they made. I never saw it
their
coming.
first three players drafted our defense.
Never saw it coming. I did not see it coming.
I'm so happy about how
I'm very happy, too.
Man.
I really am.
Like, how can you complain? Like, there's nothing about this draft. And, look, I saw some people on social media complaining. Well, look, next segment, we're going to talk about literally every single player they selected. There were some I don't want to say complaints. Maybe
I don't think there's a lot of complaining.
Maybe confusion about Jalix Hunt. You know,
Right.
but to what you just said a couple minutes ago, the people that are probably complaining about Jalix Hunt
never saw him play.
Didn't know he existed.
And by the way, if you saw our Andrew DiCecco,
oh, he loves him.
He talked about it before. He talked about it Friday. He talked about it on social media Friday. He talked about it on the pre-draft special Thursday night here on The Fanatic. He saw Jalix Hunt. He talked to you about him.
Yeah.
I swear to you. I don't know where the hell that was coming from. Great job by Andrew DiCecco. Because I didn't hear anybody mention Jalix Hunt except him in this entire market.
Right, and they were talking about how the Senior Bowl, he really stood out.
And he did.
It's not necessarily his Houston Christian tape, right, which I'm sure is great. But it's what he did at the Senior Bowl.
He was a Cornell guy, too.
No, that's true,
really,
yeah.
I mean,
But
that's a smart player.
But his Senior Bowl was able to climb him up into the third round, and the Eagles were able to get him. And he's going to be a bit of a project, right, because he's a safety-turned outside linebacker / edge rusher, which is interesting, right? You don't normally see safety to edge rusher. I think ever.
I think what we've seen is that the influence of Vic Fangio in this draft was huge.
Right.
Because Vic Fangio likes these kind of players. DeJean's one of those players.
Yeah.
And then Jalix Hunt's one of these players.
Just an unbelievable draft.
What a wild day.
And look, let's just talk about it for a few minutes again. Next segment, we're going to break down this entire draft for the Eagles. I'm glad that they got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I think it's an awesome story. I'm also very happy that a lot of Eagles fans aren't GMs of the Eagles.
Oh, my God. Get him with the second-round pick. You got to get him in the second round.
They got him in the fifth round.
Our man E-Rock, who I love.
Yes.
E-Rock says the other night, and I was getting ripped for it. Guy says, E-Rock goes, when the third-round pick was coming up, he goes, T-R, he spells it out, T-R-O-T-T-E-R.
Yeah.
And I answered the tweet back, N-no. I spelled it back. No, don't use the third-round pick on him. It's not worth it. The NFL showed. It's like, look, I'm excited for him here. I'm glad he's getting the opportunity.
Absolutely.
If you had used anything other than I would have even been okay with the
fourth-round pick.
I would have been fine. They waited, and they bought him at the right time. Again, it's that car dealership thing that I said the other day. They didn't go and spend $20,000 on a car that's worth $14,000.
They got him in the fifth round, man.
I hope the kid tears it up. It's a beautiful story for everybody.
But it's great. Like, Andrew DiCecco, you mentioned him. He was all Jalix hunted up. He said that Trotter Jr. could go third or fourth round. So once again, the Eagles, it's like a masterclass.
They waited.
Right.
They waited.
They did it with Nakobe Dean a few years ago. And look, we'll see what Nakobe Dean ends up being, right? But he was supposed to be a first-round player. They don't get him to the third round. They draft Nolan Smith at the back end of the first round last draft. People had him projected to go to the Eagles with their earlier pick when they were 10th overall before they traded up for Jalen Carter. So Howie Roseman has done such a great job in these last two drafts. Hell, I'll go 3 drafts because he made the trade up for Devontae Smith a few years ago, too, knowing that the Giants were going to take him if they didn't trade up and get him. And then the Giants get screwed with Kadarius Toney in their lap. So Howie Roseman has just done such a tremendous job at reading how the draft board was going to fall. He's gotten so much better at this. I was reliving some draft past with my buddy. I told you I was watching the
bad or good.
Bad. I was with 2 of my buddies last night watching the Sixers game, but we're sports guys, so we're talking about the draft as well. We're sportsmen.
You're sports guys.
I was talking about the year they wanted to draft HaHa Clinton Dix.
Yeah.
And when the Packers traded up to get him, they got caught with their pants down. And the Eagles didn't know what to do, so they ended up trading back. And remember, they drafted Marcus Smith in that draft.
Okay, I do remember that one.
That was a horrible draft. Howie Roseman, since then, has learned a lot about how to handle the draft, and I think he put on a freaking master class.
It was awesome.
Like, honestly, he should teach GMing at a university near you. I mean, it was spectacular what he did over this weekend. We'll break down every selection. We'll break down every trade that they made, because John had made an interesting point about the trades for next year that the Eagles did, and there may be a reason behind it. So we'll talk about that coming your way next. Also, your reaction to the Sixers' loss yesterday. Effort once again in question. The big man coming up small in the fourth quarter. Tyrese Maxey coming up small in the second half. Once again, players with open shots, missing them or not taking them at all. It's the same thing every year. Why? It's Kincade and Salciunas. Your text as well, 610-632-0975, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect.
you had as great of a weekend as you could have before the Sixers decide to kick us in the junk, which is a common occurrence around this time every single year.
We should wear cups.
Yeah, we honestly do. We
As a
should.
fan base, yes.
Moving on, I might wear a cup on my couch Tuesday night.
You might have to.
I mean, it's ridiculous, dude. It's every year. It's the same thing. Big man comes up small. The players around him can't hit shots when he gives them open looks, right? Like, it's not 100% Joel Embiid's fault, but he's got a large piece of the pie.
Yes, he does.
There's questions about effort. There's questions about coaching. There's questions about culture of this team.
Is there culture?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're
what
like,
culture?
You know that the Knicks have a specific culture where they play their freaking asses off, even in the regular season. And look, that has been an issue for Tom Thibodeau in the past, where they give it their all through 82 games, and then come playoff time, they're just cooked. Well, in the first round of a series, they might not be cooked yet. And they're showing more effort than the Sixers are. They're playing with a totally different energy, a totally different speed. And these offensive rebounds, these second chance points. That's the reason why the Sixers have lost 2 of these games in this series now. Game 1 and Game 4 has been because of effort.
It's so aggravating, and I don't want any. Again, I'm not here for the excuses. I'm just not. There's so many things that'll be spun. Well, you know what Embiid's playing through. You know what? Enough.
But
Stop.
I can't say that. And look, I'm a guy that will defend him to no end. I can't say that after he dropped 50 in Game 3.
No, you can't.
You know what I mean? Like, I
Exactly.
can't question his health when he drops 50 in Game 3. And then yesterday, and look, he looked fine driving to the basket in the fourth quarter. It's just it was a dumb play. He had a wide open look. They drew up a play for him, and he had an open look, and he passed it up, which I don't see him ever doing. And then I put out the tweet. I complained about it, and I have a lot of people responding saying, "Oh my God, he pulled a Ben Simmons."
He did.
I'm like, oh
he did.
God,
He won
here
it.
we are.
And more importantly, he talks about it too. The idea of that. I'm sure we'll get to hear where
we'll get to
he
a
talks
lot.
about his strategy of why he did that. And to me, the biggest guys at the biggest moments want the balls in their hand, and they want to take the shot. Joel Embiid did not yesterday.
Well, he did take a shot.
No, but at a critical time, he took the wrong one. He didn't take the one that was literally drawn up.
It was a bad shot. All right, we'll continue to dive into this Eagles draft as well, but we have some texts coming in about the Sixers. You can call in or text in at 610-632-0975. Your reaction to yesterday's loss for the Sixers. Let it out, guys, because look, there's one more game, hopefully more than one more game to watch, but
we hope.
This was a pivotal one yesterday where you had the opportunity to even the series before you head back to MSG. If you thought the crowd was loud yesterday with Knicks fans, you just wait on a closeout night, Tuesday night at MSG. Last night was at the Wells Fargo Center, and the Sixers did not handle their business. What do we got on the text line, Connor?
So we have a couple of very well thought out texts that seem pretty logical right now. So Paul from Malvern checks in and says, "Screw the Sixers."
That's very well thought out.
That's very
Paul.
well thought out.
That's good wording.
Very
too,
well
Paul.
worded. Yeah.
Good wording, Paul.
We also have Mike from Oxford checking in saying, watching yesterday's last 6 minutes was Game 6 with Boston all over again. No movement on offense, just weak high screens and no pick and rolls. Hesitancy, and the Knicks played like they wanted the ball and wanted to win. The Sixers played like they were afraid to lose.
And that's one of my biggest issues. Josh Hart, here's his day yesterday. 0 of 7 from the field, 0 of 3 from 3. His 4 points all came from the free throw line. He was 4 of 8. It's not like even like he shot well from the free throw line.
He had a great game.
He grabbed 17 rebounds. And that is a
effort.
That's an effort, but it's also a mentality thing. It's not a guy going, "Oh man, I'm missing my shots today." Think about it. Josh Hart at one point was shooting like Steph Curry during this series, right? He goes out there and grabs 17 rebounds. Whereas the Sixers, Tobias Harris struggled offensively in the second half. He did grab 8 rebounds. I'm not going to really celebrate that, but guess how many he had in the second half? 2. So he had 8 of his 10 points in the first half. 6 of his 8 rebounds in the first half. He finished with 2 points in the second half, 2 rebounds in the second half.
I got you.
He struggled offensively, but it got to him. Whereas Josh Hart, it doesn't get to him. He grabbed 17 rebounds, dude. 10 of which came in the second half.
It was they were out hustled. They were flat-footed. That whole fourth quarter sequence was so ridiculous how flat-footed they were. They just like their feet. I put out a tweet at one point, like these cement shoes. They look like they were in cement shoes. There was no jump. And then I'm looking for fire to come from somebody.
Oh, and there's
and
nothing.
maybe I'm wrong to think that fire comes from Maxey. It didn't come yesterday. That fire was absolutely extinguished. I don't know what the hell was going on there.
No, it was horrible. They're out rebounded by 11 total rebounds in the second half, and that's basically the story.
That was pretty much it.
The story was that the Knicks had more effort, and I'm not just saying that like, I'm sure.
You're not being cavalier about it when you say that.
Every once in a while you get a phone call and somebody says, "Oh man, they play with lack of effort," and then you ask them questions and it kind of seemed like they didn't watch the game at all, right? No, that literally was the story from yesterday's game. Was a lack of effort. And a couple, obviously the Sixers missed shots, and they did have open looks, and some things just didn't go their way. But bottom line is the Knicks played with a totally different mentality that the Sixers didn't have. And they also lost Bogdanovich early. He only played a minute yesterday. It didn't affect them.
No, they literally shrugged that one off. And I thought, okay, huge advantage. This thing's going our way today.
Yep. Nope. It did not. So you can continue to react on the phone lines and the text line 610-632-0975. But a quick just kind of run through of what the Eagles did over the weekend with the NFL draft. We talked about it earlier in the show. Quinyon Mitchell, 22nd overall pick, who people thought was going to go in the teens. The Eagles had him fall to them at 22.
Love that, by the way.
Cooper DeJean also was supposed to go in the teens. The Eagles got him at 40. They traded up they used their 50 and 53rd overall picks, packaged them, and traded up to the 40th overall pick and selected Cooper DeJean, another player that a lot of people had going in the teens. Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian.
I immediately went to Google.
Of course, yeah.
I immediately just start, who the hell is this guy?
I thought it was someone drunk texting Jalen Hurts.
Dude, I saw a great tweet. They said this is the jersey you get from Fanatics if you buy a Jalen Hurts jersey. It was a great.
Oh, that is a great one. Yeah, that really is great.
But Jalix Hunt goes in the 3rd round at a Houston Christian. The story behind him, in case people are wondering who is this guy, I don't blame you for wondering who is this guy. He really balled out in the Senior Bowl. That's what all the analysts were saying. That's what the GMs were saying, that he really put his name on the map during the Senior Bowl. He was going up against 1st round, 2nd round potential draft picks that are going on offensive line. He is a former safety converted into edge rusher / offensive outside linebacker. Like you said, John, a prototype in a Vic Fangio system. And it was reported that Vic Fangio had a lot of input on this pick from Daniel Jeremiah. So Jalix Hunt, a guy that really stood out in the Senior Bowl, not just a combine warrior, a Senior Bowl warrior, which I might almost take more stock in because you're actually going head-to-head against offensive linemen. You're not just running a 40-yard dash in shorts.
And he went up against guys who were playing at SEC schools,
right?
Big Ten schools, things like that. That tells me so much more about what he's about. And honestly, that pick, though, immediately, that is one of those ones I just run to. I'm running to Google.
You're wondering who this guy is.
Okay, I have no idea, but our own Andrew DiCecco had it nailed. Said he was on the Eagles' potential interest in this guy, and that was really good work.
I love that. Will Shipley, running back out of Clemson, they get in the 4th round. Look, he's a guy that could do a little bit of everything out of the backfield. I don't think I have to say, oh my God, what's going to happen with Kenneth Gainwell?
He's gone.
Well, he's going to be on the team.
Yeah, but Kenny Gainwell's gone next year. Yeah. This might be the year that they break the wheels off of Kenny Gainwell. Or because they're going to play Shipley so much.
Or you don't have to.
Down the line.
You don't have to.
Yeah, it depends.
Like Kenneth Gainwell, to me, was just a not negative on the field last year.
No.
He just didn't do anything where I was like, oh, wow, he's a great player. So I like the addition of Will Shipley just because it might mean that Kenneth Gainwell might not be touching the football as much this year. Oh, by the way, he shouldn't be because you have Saquon Barkley. But it's nice. We expected him to draft a running back at some point during this draft.
I love, as a guy who Southern football was really a lot of my life I love the Shipley pick. I love it.
Yeah.
As far as value at the time.
In the 4th round.
I love it.
And you knew, like we talked about it leading up to Thursday, that at some point they were going to draft a running back in this draft.
Yes.
At some point they were going to draft a linebacker, right? At some point they were going to draft a corner. They did all that. They did everything that we said at some point they were going to do. And I'm not saying it's because we're such great football guys that we knew that.
Well, we are football guys.
We are football guys.
We're football guys.
But the Eagles needed to do it, and they did it. And credit to Howie Roseman. It wasn't like smartest man in the room syndrome, which is something he got rid of years ago. They draft, I'm going to mess this up, Aeneas Smith, the wide receiver out of Texas A&M.
Aeneas, I think is what I've heard Aeneas. I've heard Aeneas.
Who played for the Rams? Aeneas Williams? Was that his name?
Williams.
That's who I always think of, Aeneas Williams.
NFL street legends.
Yes, absolutely. Great call there, Connor. But a wide receiver at Texas A&M, and he could be their 3rd wide receiver, their slot wide receiver. Well, obviously the Eagles move their guys all over the place, but a 3rd wide receiver we were expecting for a selection like that. But there's another receiver they drafted in the 6th round, Johnny Wilson, that a lot of people have eyes on because
people are excited about the Wilson pick.
He's 6'6", but runs like a 4.4 40.
A guy too on like you're trying to hit him in the corner of the end zone. You're trying to run stuff like that. Look, I don't think the Eagles have been under Jalen Hurts have been good in the red zone except running the ball.
Right.
Like I think that's one of the deficiencies of the Jalen Hurts administration. And to me, this is a move they've got a couple guys now that can really, really help.
Right, and he's a 6th-round pick, so we'll see.
Yeah, see what he does.
John Hightower was once a 5th-round pick. Quez Watkins was a 6th-round pick. So he might not even pan out, but it's one of these things where you go, all right, based off of his measurables and his combine alone, I'll use a 6th-round pick on this guy.
No question.
They selected Jeremiah Trotter Jr. in the 5th round. We talked about that. I'm glad that there's not a lot of Eagles fans that are the GMs of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They wanted to use 2nd-round picks on him and everything like that.
But they got him in the 5th round, so I love it. My favorite pick, I think, out of this entire NFL draft
is what?
Trevor Keegan.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Central Casting was looking for an offensive lineman for the Eagles,
absolutely,
Keegan is out of the Central Casting.
There's a video of him when Michigan won the national championship.
Their parade.
When he's on the float in the parade, shirt off, in Detroit, Michigan, in the middle of winter, chugging beers. I'm like, that guy's made for freaking Philadelphia.
He is absolutely prototypical Philadelphia.
And, of course, the Eagles made a lot of trades, and there might be thoughts about why they did that for next year's draft, and I think you're on to something, John. We'll talk about that next, the strategic element as to why the Eagles may have moved a lot of picks to next season because of implications that might be coming on down the line.
Could be.
Also coming up next, we haven't gotten to it yet, Joel Embiid's comments about the fans. We're going to talk about it, and I just wonder if it's hypocritical of some fans the way we reacted.
Okay.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bob Cooney.
Kincade Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic, picking up the pieces from yesterday's debacle. Sixers losing the Knicks, and it's just once again effort being questioned. And I can't believe that I'm doing that about a freaking playoff game, guys. A playoff game, not just a playoff game, a playoff series.
Again,
We're 4 games into this series. You're down 3-1. Look, game 2, you want to completely blame the refs? Go for it. Game 1, they lost because of a lack of effort. Game 4, they lost because of a lack of effort. And you're down 3-1 instead of being tied 2-2 or being up 3-1. They could be up 3-1 in the series, but a lot of it is shooting themselves in the foot.
it's what they're doing over and over again.
So you can react to it 610-632-0975 on the phone lines or on the text line. In a couple minutes, we'll play Joel Embiid's clip post game. Then we'll talk about it. But first, about this Eagles draft, you had a great observation over the weekend, and we talked about it before the show started. The Eagles, Howie Roseman made a ton of trades. Schefter actually put out a tweet. The Eagles made 8 trades during the 2024 NFL Draft, tied for the most draft day trades by a team since 1990. The 2018 Patriots and 2023 Texans also both made 8. So the most draft weekend trades, I would say.
Draft weekend.
It's since 2023, 2018, and 1990. 8 trades during the draft, and a lot of it wasn't just for this year. And you had a great observation or a great thought or a great theory.
And I think it's right.
And I think you're right as well as to why they moved some picks next year.
I think Howie Roseman knows they're getting docked.
For the tampering. Yep.
For a stupid tampering.
Thank you, James Franklin.
Very stupid. That rat, James Franklin. He's a rat.
He's a rat.
He's a freaking rat.
But that shows also.
That tampering really crushed them.
But that shows how smart he is.
Why would he want to screw over the? He ends up screwing.
No, I'm saying
over.
Howie.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying
yeah.
shows how
okay.
smart he is.
I thought you were saying smart James Franklin.
No. Howie knows that they're going to get docked next year. At least that's what it kind of seems. And so let me start loading up with some picks now.
Oh, they're
it's smart.
Docked. They're not
really,
going to let.
It's really smart by Howie Roseman to do that.
They're not going to let the Eagles get away with it. They're not going to let. I think the Falcons are going to get crushed. And I think that part of the reason why they may have drafted the quarterback is thinking the deal for Kirk Cousins is like a 2-year deal. They may have thought, well, next year we can go get a quarterback. Well, they can't now, so they went and did the Penix thing. To me, the Eagles may have.
I think it was still a horrible draft.
I think they're going to be. Oh, no, so do I. But I think that might have been around it, too. I think they're going to lose a big one, and I think the Eagles are going to lose a third-rounder. My guess is they're losing a third-rounder. Howie replaced the third-rounder with the Miami Dolphins.
He did a tremendous job this week.
Really nice job.
All right, let's get to it. We haven't gotten to it yet. We were reacting more so to the game and not the storylines coming from the game. But Joel Embiid, after the game came to an end, was asked about the amount of Knicks fans in attendance.
The cheering.
Well, the cheering,
Yeah.
but the reason why it was so loud was because of the amount of Knicks fans. First of all, before we even play the clip, horrible that the Knicks fans are going out and putting a Knicks jersey on the Wilt statue and ripping up Sixers stuff and stomping on it.
That's one thing when Philly Sports Trips travels.
We don't do that.
No, none of that stuff. You don't do that. You don't act like a-holes.
Right.
In someone else's
the Knicks
stadium.
fans did.
But we pride ourselves on taking over.
Yes, we do. And so do the Knicks. And the Knicks did that in games 3 and 4.
And anybody who spins it otherwise, you're wrong.
Well, so here's what Joel Embiid had to say about it, because on Friday, you and I complained about the crowd in Game 3. Well,
we did.
Joel Embiid decided to give some input on it as well.
Disappointing. I love our fans. Think it's unfortunate, and I'm not calling them out, but it is disappointing. Obviously, you got a lot of Knicks fans, and they're down the road and never seen it. And I've been here for 10 years. Kind of pisses me off, especially because Philly is considered a sports town. So, they've always shown up, and I don't think that should happen. yeah, it's not okay.
So, look,
Come on, Joel. We're going to disagree on this one.
but is he wrong?
You can be right and you can be wrong at the same time.
I got you.
You don't have to say every freaking thing that comes into your mind. Nick Nurse handled this, and we'll hear it. He handled it properly. You know what? You're disappointed, Joel? You know who else is disappointed?
Every Sixers fan that watched you score 1 point in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody who spends their hard-earned money to go to the game that was there, that was waiting to cheer, that was waiting to be fired
Yeah.
up. So, I mean, you can be right. He's absolutely right to be disappointed by it. But there's a hell of a lot of disappointment to go around, and Joel, you have provided some of that. You don't have to say every thought that comes into your head. As someone who's been given that advice many times, I offer it with love.
So you just didn't want to hear from Joe, pretty much.
No, don't say. All you have to say is, because, Joel, you know when I was disappointed? I was disappointed when, for the first 3 years of your career, so many times you lacked professionalism. You lacked professionalism to treat your professional career by training properly, by rehabbing properly, by eating properly, by doing things. And you know what? This city has had your back. Mm-hmm. And when you had a chance to have their back yesterday, you chose well, look over here. Let's look away from our effort a little bit, but, here's something I'm pissed off of. Let's deflect. Stop deflecting. There was no reason for that yesterday. None. You don't have to say it. And it doesn't mean that he's wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
It doesn't mean that he's wrong. He's the bad messenger of that, by the way. He's the bad messenger because so many times Joel Embiid has been the reason that some of these playoff series have ended in disappointment. The Hawks series, Game 6 and Game 7. Last year, Game 6 and Game 7 against Boston. So I don't need to hear from Joel Embiid about his disappointment because he has been a deliverer of disappointment too many times.
I don't think we're disagreeing, dude.
And he's not wrong.
He's
not wrong with
right.
what he said.
Because we have to keep the same energy. We were upset Friday
No
morning
question.
doing the show.
No, he's not wrong.
But you're right. It's the messenger who shouldn't be saying it because in the look, I don't think him having 1 point in the fourth quarter is because there was Knicks fans in the building.
No.
If
it was, then that's a problem.
Well, yeah, that is. And it's the similar story that we've seen. And this is coming from probably the biggest Embiid defender in the city. It's the same thing every single year. Now, let's see how he responds tomorrow night because the series not over.
And the fact that you have to say biggest Embiid defender, his performance here has been MVP quality so many years. He shouldn't need that defending, but he needed it yesterday.
Well, we'll hear more from Joel Embiid coming your way next because he talked about how he had to play pretty much every single minute of that game and also talked about him missing shots, but also his teammates missing shots. And we'll continue to talk more about the NFL draft. We'll tell you more about Jalix Hunt because I know that's the big mystery player that the Eagles selected in the third round. So it's not like they picked a mystery player in the seventh. They picked a mystery player in the third round. We'll talk more about that, what people are saying about who Jalix Hunt is. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Fanatic Monday presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options, new heating and cooling system. I'm Andrew Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A game 4.
Perfect.
97.5 The Fanatic, reacting to the good and bad. The good is the NFL draft, the Eagles draft. I don't see how anybody can really complain about. There might be a player here or there that some of you draft nuts out there that like no day three talent. You might have wanted a different player here and there. I thought based off of positions of need, it was a damn near perfect draft.
I loved it.
I mean, you think about it.
I really do. I loved it.
They needed a cornerback and an impact corner. They got one in the first round. We know about the secondary issues they had last year, so they add Cooper DeJean. They needed linebacker / edge rusher, which is what they got out of Jalix Hunt, and we'll tell you more about Jalix Hunt later on this segment. They needed a running back. They got one in Will Shipley. They needed a wide receiver. They got one in Aeneas Smith out of Texas A&M and also Johnny Wilson out of Florida State. They needed linebacker help, as I said. They got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. They needed offensive line depth. They got that with Trevor Keegan out of Michigan and Dylan McMahon I'm always cool with NC State linemen. You
Why?
know, just give it.
You just like it?
These are running back heavy schools.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the Nebraskas, the Wisconsins of the world. If you get an offensive lineman out of those schools, odds are they at least have a clue of what they're doing. They get him. He's a guard/center that they drafted, and a lot of people said that he could also be like a bit of a swing tackle. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what that guy can end up being. Speaking of swing tackle, Mekhi Becton.
See, now that's the one
It's
that
an
I was waiting for
interesting
you to
selection. So Mekhi Becton, a former first-round pick with the New York Jets, the Eagles signed him to a free agent deal to basically be your swing tackle because, what, is Driscoll gone? Okay, Driscoll's gone. I didn't want Driscoll back. He is who he was. He was a late.
You knew what you had.
Right, exactly.
And you weren't pleased.
And he wasn't getting better. He was getting worse, it seemed like, as the years went on. So Mekhi Becton is a former first-round pick who Jeff Stoutland really coveted when he was out there as a free agent. So if Jeff Stoutland says this is a guy that we should pick up, I'll take his word for it.
I would too, and it is such a low-risk move.
Yeah.
It's absolutely.
It was $5.5 million, and that's
if he ends
probably
up,
not even fully guaranteed.
And if he has first-round talent.
Yes.
And so this is where you're asking to go into the lab, get into the lab, work with this guy, make it happen, and it just might.
So that's the good. The bad, of course, the Sixers game yesterday, which was just abysmal. I mean, it breaks my heart because I set myself up for this every single year. Every single year. And I took a totally different approach this season where I was going to go educational approach. We had one play the song request, and it was on Friday. I refused to do it all regular season. I refused to do it during the playoffs. I didn't ask Connor to play any songs, right? We had one caller on Friday ask for us to play the song.
That would have been our first fight. That would have been our absolute first fight if we had that.
It's just I love the vibe that it brings, but what has it led to? It has led to disappointment year in and year out. So I wanted to take a different approach. But what I saw Game 3 set me up for this heartbreaking Game 4. I saw Joel Embiid drop 50 in Game 3. I saw multiple players contribute in Game 3. I saw the Sixers have a handle on the game in Game 3. I saw the Sixers show more effort in Game 3. And then Game 4 was right back to where we were in Game 1. Embiid and Maxey did whatever they could, but they ended up coming up small, which is what you saw in Game 1. And then there was the lack of effort. I keep on pointing out the fact that Josh Hart finished with 4 points in yesterday's game, but grabbed 17 rebounds. There is not a single player on the Sixers that may have a bad game offensively, but would find a way to make an impact in other areas of the game. They are like a typical baseball player that goes 0 for 4 at the plate and then goes out and makes an error in the field because they take their offensive struggles elsewhere. The Sixers could not find a way to score buckets, but it's not like they stepped up in other areas, and that's what disappoints me the most.
I always go players first, coaches second.
Right.
To blame. And I always go that you rip the star players above the secondary guys. If your star players don't deliver. And max contract, Tyrese Maxey.
Yep.
Tyrese Max contract. That was a bad blemish yesterday.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was.
It's not that he ran away from the moment.
What is it? No, he didn't run away from the moment.
He just struggled.
But he struggled, and he struggled big time. And I don't think his necessarily his choices were the best.
You know the old conversation about nature versus nurture? Is it how you're brought up or is it how you're born?
Sure.
I think Tyrese Maxey has an incredible basketball nature. But I think that this organization kills the nurturing of, like, every player that plays. Like, I just think this organization has major issues and has for years. And I don't know that Tyrese Maxey is not able to do it. I just think I'm so over this grouping of talent.
Dude, we're going to get into later on this show. We're going to get into the mentality of this Sixers team. But when this – look – I don't want to have this conversation today because the series is not over.
No.
But
correct.
If they lose tomorrow night, or if they lose in Game 6, or if they lose in Game 7, hell, if they make it to the second round but lose quickly to the Indiana Pacers or the Milwaukee Bucks, right? It looks like it's going to be the Pacers. We're going to talk about culture and maybe the inner workings of this franchise because no matter who the president of basketball operations is, right? Daryl Morey, Elton Brand is GM, Brett Brown, Sam Hinkie, Brian Colangelo. Doesn't matter who it is. There's something inside this building as a part of this organization where it's the same thing every single year.
Have you seen the impact of Nick Nurse in this series?
At
No.
points.
Not full. I mean,
Not enough.
at points, yes, but they're down 3-1.
Not enough.
Ultimately, they're down 3-1.
This team is more talented than the Knicks.
Yeah.
This team is more talented than the Knicks. I don't think it's extreme, but they're more talented. If this team goes down, if they go down in this series with a whimper, 4-1, then you didn't have your team prepared to play.
No,
you didn't have your team prepared for the moment.
You're right, but it's just so hard to evaluate at this point. Was it Doc Rivers? Was it Brett Brown?
No. In this town, it was Doc Rivers. We blame Doc Rivers for everything.
I'm agreeing. What I'm saying is it's been everybody all the time. How is it possible that everybody is the problem with this much talent? How is it possible that every winning coach can't win here? How is it possible that every smart GM can't get guys here? How is it possible that every first-round pick forgets how to shoot a basketball here? Like, how is any of this physically possible? That's why I can't be like, is it Nick Nurse? Yes, but I don't even know. There's something.
But I mean, have you felt his impact? Has having Nick Nurse on your sideline, has he outcoached Tom Thibodeau? I don't think so.
I think the way you defended Jalen Brunson in the first two games is a really big credit to the way that they came into this series.
Then what happened yesterday?
Well,
what was the plan yesterday?
Jalen Brunson balled out.
No, but also, too, you didn't double them. They kept asking for, they're going at halftime. They literally talked about it. Well, they're gonna have to start doubling Jalen Brunson.
And they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't.
And
what the hell's going on?
Maybe he saw something in the film room after the first 3 games or something.
Okay, but then what did he see in the third quarter?
Right.
At what point do you adjust? And if Doc Rivers had coached that exact same game,
we would have flipped out.
We would be killing him.
You're not wrong. We would have been.
Absolutely.
We'd be crushing him.
So, all right. So we played the Embiid clip about the fans, all right? And if you have a reaction to that on the text line or the phone lines, we'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975, because I know that a lot of you reacted on Twitter yesterday, and I know a lot of you were unhappy with it. Again, he is not wrong with what he had to say.
I don't believe he's wrong. I just don't believe
It's the timing and how he said it. He could have also said that after Game 3 when he dropped 50. Right? He could have said,
he could have. You're right.
Man, I was still disappointed. But he waited until after a loss to say it. Now, look, he was asked about it. It's not like he made a statement.
Nick Nurse was asked about it, too.
Right. He was.
Some people know how to handle it. And by the way, he's not a kid. He's not a kid. He is a longtime veteran. He is not somebody who should have been surprised by that. And he didn't handle it well. He didn't handle it well.
He didn't, but he's not wrong in what he said. But if you have a reaction to what he said, we would love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. But let's hear some more from Joel Embiid. First, we'll talk about, look, again, I pointed this out. He did attempt to shoot in the fourth quarter.
No,
it's not like he ran
He
away
did.
from it. He just wasn't making anything, and he talked about that.
We just didn't make shots. Basketball is about making shots. I thought, we created them. And sometimes you make them, sometimes you don't.
Now, here's the problem. You said we created them. You had an open look that was drawn up for you.
That was created for him.
Out of a timeout.
Yep.
Out of a timeout, a play that was drawn for you on the, coming out of the pass, the inbound pass of the baseline. You had a wide open 10-footer, and then you decided to drive into 4 Knicks defenders. And I get it. Maybe you were trying to get a foul call. Dude, I don't just hit the freaking shot. He misses the shot, and then it goes out of bounds on the Sixers. So I understand what Joel Embiid is saying. We were taking shots. We just weren't making them. They were 6 of 24. When Campaign is your best shooter in the fourth quarter, that's problematic.
Oh, it's terribly problematic.
It's problematic, and that's no disrespect to Campaign.
Who, by the way, again, he doesn't have a podcast, but he really knows he makes a contribution that we wouldn't have been getting out of someone else.
Right. That's Patrick Beverly. So then he talked about facing the double team and, unfortunately, some of his teammates not necessarily making the shots.
Just got to keep going. I think that's something that I've struggled over the years. You know, in the past, I would usually try to force it and try to do it by myself. But I feel like I'm at the point of my career where I'm okay with it. You know, shots are being made, shots are not. You know, the whole fourth quarter, you know, they try to get the ball out of my hands, which they did by doubling, and you just got to keep trusting. And, you know, I trust these guys. You know, we, like I said, it's basketball. Sometimes you make them, sometimes you don't. And tonight we didn't make them, but, you know, I trust that, you know, my guys they're going to make it next time.
Now, that's a great answer.
I like that.
That's actually a very professional, mature answer.
I didn't like the answer in the beginning, and then I liked how he wrapped it at the end.
Yeah.
He came back to, I'll trust them next time they're going to make it and everything.
Yeah, and that's a great answer.
Yes.
But then, unfortunately, you know, Maxey wasn't making them. Tobias wasn't taking them. Lowry took 1-3, and dude, it looked like something I would do at the park, Connor.
Oh,
like,
I've seen it.
It was like 6 feet away from.
Now, was that necessary, Connor?
Oh,
Dude.
yes. You haven't seen him play pickup. It was
Dude,
definitely
man,
necessary.
Sometimes I do the heat check, and there's no heat. All right, more of a heat brick.
That was sort of like just a cheap shot out of nowhere.
It's a heat brick, man.
Connor's wounded today.
But that
He hit
shot
himself first.
That shot was horrible out of Lowry. It's just terrible. It's the same thing. It's Joel Embiid might not have it, but the other guys around him aren't helping him out. It's the same thing every single year. And lastly, he talks about how he had to play 44 minutes yesterday because his backup center, I mean, he doesn't say it, but let's face it, he's talking about his backup center being horrible in Paul Reed. Here's Joel Embiid.
How did you feel during the fourth quarter playing 44 minutes of the game?
Well, not good, but, you know, like I said, you got to keep pushing. Yeah, whatever it takes to win.
Dude,
Not good. That made me laugh. That made me laugh.
Paul Reed, you guys know how I feel about him.
How'd you feel? Not good.
Not good. I understand people like the out the mud, and people like that he talks on podcasts, even though he probably shouldn't have opened his mouth about this series because he did before the series started about how the Knicks are the easier team. Maybe you shouldn't have said that, Mr. 4 minutes, -6, 0 for 2 from the field, 1 rebound. He just looked like a bad basketball player yesterday. I understand that he's a project, right? Because he was a forward in college. He was a 3, and he's trying to learn how to play center. But this is another year of him he just doesn't look like he knows how to play basketball.
No.
He's athletic. He's got a great attitude about him. I remember when you guys had him in studio.
And he was at FanFest with us.
Yes,
He's a great guy.
but that doesn't mean I want him
No.
on a playoff team, and it makes Joel Embiid play 44 minutes.
His contract can be voided.
If they lose this series,
Yes.
and they're
I would believe they would take that opportunity.
they're one loss away from that. All right, let's get some of your reaction, and then we're going to find out who Jalix Hunt is because Howie Roseman told a funny story after day 2 of the NFL draft as to why he got nervous before he drafted Jalix Hunt. Let's go to our man Jeff in Havertown. Jeff, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey guys, good morning.
Hey, Jeff.
So yeah, like I was listening to that first Embiid clip that you said, and I agree with everything that you said, John. I think you hit it on the head. You can agree with him and disagree with him.
Yes.
But I think the part that's actually craziest is when he said, "I've been here 10 years." Like,
Yep.
Isn't that
what stuck
incredible?
out to me. It's nuts, and you guys are absolutely right about it. It's so hard to balance it because you can blame him and then you can not blame him because of all the injuries. I think he played for the most part as hard as he possibly could. He was gassed in the fourth quarter, but this offseason, assuming that, everybody leaves, you finally get rid of Tobias. You have Embiid, you have Maxey, maybe you keep Paul Reed, maybe you keep Anthony Melton, whatever. But this will be like the 7th year in a row that significant turnover happens on this team. And guess what teams win the championships? The Denver Nuggets, who have the same roster year after year.
Continuity.
The Bucks. Yeah, it's continuity. And
But it's also continuity with good players, right? Like the Denver Nuggets. Like I put out a tweet about Tobias Harris yesterday, and somebody's complaining at me saying, "Oh, this is so on brand for you to talk about Tobias Harris when Embiid and Max are struggling." Look, here's the deal: championship-winning teams have a third player that steps up.
They do, but here's where I just get. But in no other city do you talk about the 3rd and 4th options.
No, but
when
I'm
we
saying
don't,
championship-winning teams.
Well, the 1st and 2nd options on championship-winning teams are always story one, story two, and then you get
it was Jokic and Jamal Murray when they won last year. But Michael Porter Jr. stepped up a lot. Aaron Gordon stepped up a lot.
Did.
And thanks
At
for the
times,
call,
they
Jeff.
did.
Whereas this thing every single year, whether it's Embiid and Simmons, Embiid and Harden, Embiid and Maxey, there has not been a third player that has stepped up once. And so
no question.
When he brings up continuity, right, Jeff, our caller, the only thing is their continuity, they have players that actually fit and are actually talented.
How about actually available to where they're not banged up?
Right. Well, that's another,
which is part of it too.
Big thing.
And that is, and again, it's look, Joel Embiid's trying to play through something right now and everything, but we could replay that every single year.
And I'm not looking forward to the talking point next year. To Jeff's point, well, you got to give them time to try to figure out how to play with one another.
No.
Because I have been dealing with that with Jimmy Butler, with Tobias Harris, pre-max contract.
Whoa, that was the excuse the first year with James Harden when they lost.
I know. I'm tired of hearing it.
Well, Harden was only here for 25 games. They needed more time, and then the next year it was even worse when they needed it.
I think it's a legitimate excuse. The problem is we have to do it every year.
Yes.
And that might be an organizational issue.
And they can't do it again next year.
Well, we can't give the excuse, but they're going to because to Jeff's point, there's going to be multiple new players on this team. They have 2 guys under contract right now.
There will be.
And Paul Reed might not be under contract if they lose this series. We have a text coming in as well. Connor, what do we got?
Yeah, so on this, I'm surprised we still have people here, frankly. But Steve from Morrisville says, not fully blaming Joe, but I'm giving it one more run with him.
Gosh.
Then it's time to collect assets and start fresh.
Dude, I told you, I'm going down with the ship with Embiid.
Well, you know what I'm going to tell you both? I'm going to tell. Is that Jeff?
That is Steve.
Okay, Steve. I'm sorry, Steve. You're going down with the ship.
Yeah, I might.
Because I don't know how many times we can keep doing what we're doing. It's not going to change. It's not.
Look,
I mean, how many times do we have to see it?
But
it's
I will
not
say
changing.
this, John, and I know. Look, I'm not even going to expand on it because today is Joel Embiid deserves a lot of blame for how he played in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
You have a better chance with Joel Embiid than without Joel.
There's no argument, but
And
the thing is, the chance has gotten you nowhere.
Right, but
nowhere.
I don't know if they try to rebuild. Will they be the Oklahoma City Thunder? Will they be the Sixers again? Or will they be worse? Right? Like the Chicago Bulls tried retooling everything. They got what they believed there were stars. They drafted some players. They're a 10th seed.
Can you explain to me how it would be worse, though?
Because he's the best player on this team. You see the plus-minus with him on the court, without him on the court.
I get you, but I think it's actually worse when you are a talented team and you lose many, many years when you should have won.
Well, we've had a conversation on this program that getting 2 championships and losing them are better than not getting there.
Well, we're not. We haven't gotten close.
My point is, we've said in the past that being in contention is better than not being in contention, even if
they're
there's
in
heartbreak.
contention every single year with Joel Embiid.
And we have a complete disagreement on that. I could not disagree with you either.
You agreed with that in the previous conversation.
No, you cannot. If you're not in contention. If you won't win a second-round series.
Well, closer to contention than if you're not making the playoffs.
Well, then now we're getting into wordsmithing.
Well,
you are not in contention if you don't get close.
John, earlier
the
this
point
series,
of the conversation.
you felt good about it. Like, you felt good about this series just 2 days ago.
I felt good about this series going in. And that's why I said, I'm tired of being fooled. I'm tired of buying in. Time of death yesterday was 3:36 in the afternoon. I can't do it anymore.
You're right. We're on the same page, but they don't get better without him is the issue.
All right. Why was Howie Roseman nervous about Jalix Hunt in the 3rd round on Friday, excuse me? You'll hear a story from Howie Roseman about why they were nervous, but they were happy with the selection. Also, Tobias Harris spoke after the game yesterday, and he talked about something that I think we all realize. But just my question is, why? Why does it seem like to be an issue, not just this year, but in multiple years with the Sixers come playoff time? More of your reaction either on the phone lines or text line, 610-632-0975. Your response to Joel Embiid calling out you, Sixers fans, after a day where he scored 1 point in the 4th quarter. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade Salciunas is presented by the Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app. Download it today. BetParks.com.
It is 7:28 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up this segment, you'll hear from Tobias Harris post-game. He said something that I think we can literally all agree with, but then I have to ask the question as to why. Why is this even happening?
You agree with Tobias. Someone call CNN and break into programming. My gosh.
Dude,
I can't believe you agree with him on anything.
I'm not joking. So I'm going to go home today, and I'm going to stop at my local liquor store. And they have, in the champagne section, they have the 4 individual bottles.
The little small bottles. Yeah, sure.
I will buy that so that if they lose tomorrow, I will pop one because it means Tobias Harris is no longer on the Sixers roster.
What are you doing with the other 3?
I'll probably end up drinking them too.
Okay. Why not just get a good bottle?
Well, just get a single bottle.
Just get a single good bottle.
I don't know if I'll finish the whole bottle. It's early morning for us, man.
Yeah.
So I'll crack open the.
I'll do the poinsettia in the morning.
I'll do a little bottle every day for the entire week. How about that?
Just to be done.
I can't wait for him to no longer be on the Sixers.
I don't know if I'd buy it though because you went limb bet on the Eagles not trading trading up. And
I'll drink. Don't you worry.
Okay.
I'll drink. Dude, I realized something yesterday that Tobias Harris has been on the Sixers for 1/6 of my life. He's been here for 5 seasons.
How about Joel Embiid's been a Sixer for 1/3 of your life?
Yeah, but I at least have had good Joel Embiid moments. It hasn't been championships.
Moments, yeah.
But it's been like Tobias Harris had an open look from the corner from 3 that would have made it a 1-point game. And the second he let it go, I knew it wasn't going in.
It was short. Clanking, right?
I knew it wasn't going in. He has not had a moment. Like, in his entire tenure here in Philadelphia, think about that. It's been 5.5 seasons. He's not had the Tobias Harris moment where you said he won them that game.
May I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Are the moments, for both of you, will the moments that you've had with Joel Embiid, is that going to make you feel warm and fuzzy when the Joel Embiid era here ends, whenever it ends?
It
will do nothing for you.
I will think of Joel Embiid as the biggest what if.
I will think of him as the biggest missed opportunity.
Yeah, but at the same time,
mine's what if.
But I mean, I still will applaud the fact that I got to watch him do some amazing things.
Yeah, you're not going to.
But it will still be. My first thought will always be missed opportunity.
Well, it's not the exact same thing, but he's kind of McNabb, where you saw the talent.
Oh no!
For whatever reason, couldn't win. Listen, McNabb went to 4 straight NFC Championship games.
Went to 5 total.
At least they went to NFC Championship games,
He went to 5 Final Fours. And, I mean,
but Joel Embiid is the more talented individual.
Then that's better on.
So I'm just saying it's not the exact same comparison. But I grew up and I remember Donovan McNabb's time here fondly, even though they didn't win with him. I'll be able to take moments from Joel Embiid's time here.
It's going to take a while, though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that.
You think it'll be in.
Let's say this offseason, he asks out. Like, I don't think it's going to be, well, thanks for everything that you did. I think it's going to take, 5 years post-career for people to really celebrate what he was able to accomplish. It also depends on how the Sixers handle the post-Embiid era.
Right.
If they're really good, there will be people that will go, see, this is why I didn't want him, right? Or it'll be easier to move on. If they're really bad, people then might realize, wow, we had it good. It's just unfortunate that he was never healthy come playoff time.
And Connor, to your point of or to Andrew's about, well, we know when Embiid's gone, it's not going to be better. I'm going to watch the Knicks in Indiana. move on to the second round. Most likely.
Dude.
And their rosters do not have a Joel Embiid.
Yeah, you're right. But I think the second Joel Embiid's gone, it's going to be a dark
it
day
might be
in
bad.
Philadelphia.
Oh, I think it would be I think it'd be a terrible dark day, mainly because of the fact of the what ifs, what could have been. But I think that to make the thought that, well, it can't get any better, to me is absurd, because there are so many teams that don't have a Joel Embiid, don't have anybody close to a Joel Embiid, that are going to advance in the playoffs, and we're going to be sitting home watching.
They'll advance, but
We're going to be sitting
the
home
Knicks aren't going to
watching.
win a championship. The Pacers aren't going to win a championship.
But they still managed to go further than the Sixers, which is all I need to know. It just is that it can be better.
Well, let me ask you, what do the non-Joel Embiid minutes look like right now with these
They're
basketball
horrendous.
teams?
They're horrendous. But guess what? The consecutive they missed 12 consecutive shots, 11 of them in the first half, with Joel Embiid off the court yesterday.
Yeah.
And then with Joel Embiid on the court.
Yeah, there was the final 5 minutes.
They miss 11.
Right, this is
Final
what
five
I'm
minutes.
saying. Everything's the issue. I don't know
everything.
how to nail
So
it down.
everything's
with
the
them
issue.
with them and without them, there are issues.
Yes.
All right, so we'll play this Tobias clip, come up in a second. We'll get to some more of your calls and texts. Jalix Hunt was drafted by the Eagles in the 3rd round, and I think there's a lot of people wondering, who is Jalix Hunt, right? He went to Houston Christian. You said he transferred from where?
Cornell.
Cornell?
Yeah, he was there. He's a smart kid.
I don't think he'd ever want to have a conversation with me then, because I will bring down his IQ. But
Hey, we're tempo guys. Shh.
C's get degrees, baby. Jalix Hunt, drafted in the 3rd round by the Eagles, and so Howie Roseman at one point was nervous. Take a listen to a story he told, because they had the NFL Network on in the war room.
I don't know. Every time DJ's Best Available came on, I got a little worried. My guy over there. It's like you think you get a guy from Houston Christian, and nobody's gonna know. It goes to kind of the point. Obviously everyone knew he was at the Senior Bowl, but I think for us the values were good. Those were good trades for obviously those teams who wanted the players, and we felt like they were for us and what we were trying to accomplish here in the 3rd and 4th rounds. When we looked at our boards, we thought that we'll be able to. That's kind of a good portion of the draft for us. We like where that draft is tomorrow, and we think we're going to get an opportunity to add some good players tomorrow in the 4th and 5th round.
So DJ, for those of you who don't know, is Daniel Jeremiah, who actually used to work with the Eagles in the front office, but he is now a big draft guy at the NFL Network. Draft guy, analyst, you name it. And he had, Mel Kiper's top players available. Daniel Jeremiah's Jalix Hunt was on there. And I was like, oh, crap, somebody else might see this.
Why are you putting it there? Yes, exactly.
He's like, please, he's from Houston Christian. You shouldn't put him out there.
And again, when we had the check-in, Andrew DeCecca was all over this Jalix Hunt thing.
Right, and he's coming up at 8:30.
And I honestly, in ignorance on my part, didn't pay attention to it because I thought it's one of those things where the guys who are knee-deep in the draft sometimes are just sharing their knowledge. Like, look at this guy that I saw. Look at this guy that I like. And that ended up being right on the money.
Oh, it was great. And the reason why I play that clip is people who cover the draft thought highly of this kid.
Yes.
Right? It's one thing for somebody to be upset saying, oh, who is this guy? I've never heard of him. I saw a couple of smartest man in the room tweets. I saw Davion Taylor comparisons, which is not accurate because Davion Taylor didn't play football until college or in high school. He played like 1 or 2 games.
1 year in high school
because of religious reasons. But this is not the same thing. Jalix Hunt has been playing football his entire life. It's just they're trying to transition him to another position. And, oh, by the way, he went to Houston Christian, so he's not really well known. It's kind of like the Quinyon Mitchell thing. No, I guarantee you a lot of Eagles fans didn't know who Quinyon Mitchell was until the week leading up to the draft.
And then they know that he's Jalen Reagor. That was a popular thing that I was hearing.
I saw that too.
Quinyon Mitchell, this is Jalen Reagor all over again. You didn't know who the hell Quinyon Mitchell was until they drafted him or until the week of the draft. So stop it with that nonsense.
I believe in also the draft. I'm not even going to pretend like I know who these guys are. I don't know who Jalix Hunt is.
No, we're making – no,
Never heard of him in my life.
I went right to Google.
But Daniel Jeremiah, the other draft guys, Howie, the guys that study tape, they think he's good enough to be a 3rd-round pick. I'm going to take their word for it. Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles have reached anger proof when it comes to the NFL draft. It's been this way for a couple of years now, and this year explains it perfectly that you should just kind of believe in the process leading up to it because, my God, on paper, they hit a freaking home run in this draft.
Could you just stop using the process?
Yeah,
just find something else that you can use.
My apologies.
Because, no, we don't trust the process.
All right, so Tobias Harris, after the game, spoke about one of the reasons why or the reason why, according to him, that the Knicks won yesterday afternoon.
And, those hustle plays really were the name of the game for them, expanding on the run that they had, but also, getting second chance points and, more opportunities. I thought in that second half, that third quarter stretch, we just had too many possessions where we didn't get a look up there, whether it was a turnover or, just disorganization from us on the offensive end, and they were able to capitalize. But the name of the game, I thought, was that stretch that we had there, and then also the offensive boards for them.
So he talks about hustle plays is the reason why the Knicks won that game. Why is it that I feel like there's a game or two every playoff series over the last 5 years that honestly, I could have played that clip and said, oh, he was talking about the Heat series from 2 years ago.
He was talking about the series against Toronto when they had a chance to close it out in 5, and they didn't at home.
The bubble game, the bubble series against Boston.
There's always those games.
Any series against Boston.
It's unbelievable that I feel like I have heard that clip like 6 times in the last 6 years. He's not wrong when he says it. Just like Joel Embiid's not wrong.
Joel's not wrong.
But here's the thing. Why is that always an issue? And it can't be it can't just be Nick Nurse's fault because it was also a Doc Rivers issue. It was a Brett Brown issue. Is it because there's a couple of players that have been here? Like, could this be ultimately a Joel Embiid issue, a Tobias issue, the guys that have been here during this entire time, the leaders of this team, right? Like, the team revolves around those guys. Could it be that? Could it be an organizational thing? I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've heard that answer for 6 years now.
As good as Joel Embiid is, do you think you get consistent effort?
Yeah.
In the playoffs?
I don't think his fourth quarter was a lack of effort.
No, but I
think he was just bad.
Well, the rebounding. Isn't that desire? Isn't that fight? Isn't that...
He grabbed 10 boards yesterday.
What about fourth quarter when they needed them? When the game was on the line, where was all the...
Yeah, he only had one rebound in the fourth
where
quarter.
was all the...
Yeah.
you can't have that. That to me is as big a thing as anything. And to me...
Your leading rebounder was Nicholas Batum in the fourth quarter. He played 4 minutes.
And we can't do he's fighting through something. In the fourth quarter, he's fighting through something, but not when he scores 50.
Right.
He's like, enough of this. Enough of moving the goalposts. You need... Joel Embiid needs to be hauling down some boards in the fourth quarter. Period.
It must be something deeper than a single player.
It must be.
If it's like I've heard that clip from Tobias Harris, but it's a different player every year for 6 years. You brought in PJ Tucker a few years ago because you did not have that type of player after you lost to the Miami Heat a couple of years ago. You brought in Patrick Beverley, right, just so that you can have that dog, and Marcus Morris, right? Every single year, I hear the same thing about, well, we didn't have something that the other team had, and it's not talent. It's never talent. It's always something. Mentality, toughness,
attitude,
effort, physicality, the ability to grab rebounds, the ability to do the other things other than just scoring. It's the same thing every single year.
You're correct. I mean, there's nothing. It's sad that you're correct.
And I don't know why that is. And maybe that's something where after the playoffs are done, when we're in May, and the playoffs are still going on, but not for the Sixers, we might have a deep-rooted conversation. Like, we might have to get to the roots of this Sixers organization, and that's disappointing.
We're going to need Dr. Phil.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming your way next, more of your reaction. 610-632-0975, phone lines or text line. Also, speaking of mentality, Howie Roseman had a very strategic strategy when it came to players selected in this draft. And maybe the Sixers can take note. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Batalico, and Jens Gordon.
Perfect. Perfect.
On this weather-wise beautiful Monday morning. Just
I like how you're digging for the happiness. It's good.
well, because like
No, it's good. It's good. I like it.
I don't want my life to be totally ruined by the basketball team that tries to do it every single year.
I like your attitude.
My God.
Weather-wise, we're having a great Monday.
Everything else sucks. All right. So coming up this segment, we'll get more of your reaction. But I want to play you something real quick from Howie Roseman that I think is very important, that I think it may tell a message as to what the Eagles really went through last year. Here's Howie Roseman talking about some of the specific players that they were looking for, not only in the draft, but also free agency and the players they acquired via trade. And it's not just the talent that they're looking for.
We had kind of a philosophy. We wanted to have a mentality off season. We wanted to bring in people here who had a chip on our shoulder because we felt like we had a little bit of a chip on our shoulder, not in a bad way, just in a way like, we felt like we wanted to do whatever we could to put ourselves in the best possible situation for this year because we had a bad taste in our mouth for last year, and we wanted to bring in as many people, and I say we because it starts with us, that had that kind of same feeling. And it started in free agency, bringing in the free agents that we brought in. And we were looking for people in the draft who had that.
It looks like that tells you a little bit of a story as to what happened last year.
It does to me. The minute that I heard that soundbite, Howie's saying, we needed more character, we needed more leadership, we needed that, and that was lacking in the locker room. And then you go, whether it's fair or not, why would he make such a controversial move and move on from a guy
like Hassan Reddick?
Yeah,
I mean, look, he's telling you right away, we were looking for a specific mentality, guys with a chip on their shoulder. And, again, this was not just draft. Like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a perfect example. Let's bring in a fiery guy. How many people pointed out correctly, I would say, when the 49ers ran out onto the field in Week 13 and ran right through your defensive back drills and not a single player on the Eagles stepped up? There was a play earlier in the season that I thought was really, really damning as to where this team was at. It was the first game against the Giants, the one that they held on to win. I forget who it was. One of their linebackers jumped over the line of scrimmage before the snap when it was a tush-push play and went helmet-to-helmet on Hurts. Not one player, and this is not that they didn't have Jalen Hurts' back, but not one player on that offensive line grabbed the guy.
Not one.
Not one. I mean,
by the way, you have two veteran leaders that were on the field that didn't flinch, didn't make a move.
Like, that was a bad sign. When a guy's jumping over the line of scrimmage on purpose, when it's been talked about, right? Like, how many people talked about how, at this point you should just go after the head of Jalen Hurts because it's an unstoppable play. Let's make them regret running this play. Somebody takes a cheap shot, Jalen Hurts, and not one of his teammates steps up, steps in.
Nobody jumped.
No, because it just seemed like they were going through the motions.
And that includes, again, Kelsey and Lane Johnson.
Yeah, it does. So Howie Roseman, I'm glad that they were looking for that specific mentality. And talent aside, right? They didn't just draft Quinyon Mitchell because he's got a certain attitude to him. No, they also drafted him because he's a first-round talent. But I like that Howie Roseman pointed that out. I really liked hearing that answer yesterday. Now, something I didn't like hearing.
What was that? I know where you're going.
So Will Shipley, who the Eagles drafted in the 4th round.
Okay.
Look, this is why I can't be a GM. I did not want Laiatu Latu out of UCLA because he wants to be a fireman one day, and I already dealt with that before.
You have very strange things, but at least you own them.
I would not have had Will Shipley on my draft board. I wouldn't have.
I'll tell you, no, it's
for one specific reason.
Give it to me.
Take a listen to what he had to say after he got drafted by the Eagles.
Through, from Philadelphia, I could not have been more ecstatic.
Play that one more time, Connor.
The call came through from Philadelphia. I could not have been more ecstatic.
I don't believe he would say Philadelphia that way if he said it 100 more times.
Philadelphia.
I think he got caught at a weird moment.
He would have been off my draft board.
Immediately.
Well, he already drafted him at that point. I don't believe for one second he says that word that way. Like he comes up and sees his brother play lacrosse at Penn.
In Philadelphia.
He does not go on the plane and going, my flight to Philadelphia.
That needs to be fixed.
He could have been caught mid-burp.
No, that's how he said it, and that needs to be fixed. The second he walks into NovaCare, he needs to be quizzed. What city are you in right now? And if he says this...
The call came through from Philadelphia. I could not have been more ecstatic.
He'd be cut before OTAs in my book.
The strange thing is...
I'm releasing him.
I got to tell you, as someone who was a Southerner lived in the South for a long time, I've never heard a Southerner pronounce, and he's from North Carolina, played at Clemson in South Carolina. I've never heard a Southerner pronounce Philadelphia that way.
I would release him. If he does not fix it before he walks in.
Will Shipley, more like Will ship his ass out of here.
I would not even let him walk into the building. He has to answer it on the curb. You know how you've seen the videos of guys getting dropped off outside of NovaCare? When he gets dropped off on the curb, he better be able to say it correctly or he's released.
By the way, this is gonna be a bad one. You're talking about like you'd release Will Shipley?
Yes.
I'm releasing the guy who drives the Eagles to the facility.
Why?
Because he never He pulls up, and he doesn't pull up where they literally is no curb, where you get out of the car and you walk right in. He parks where you have to navigate the curb. It makes no sense.
That's what you see in those videos, is that the guy doesn't park close enough to the curb?
There's a part where there's no curb where you're supposed to pull up to where people can get right out and walk in. I'd fire. I wouldn't draft the driver. I'd fire him tomorrow.
Mr. Zapruder, the film analyst, John Kincade.
You know what's funny is I mentioned it to a buddy of mine last week, and then he sends me a clip of when Cooper DeJean got there. And he goes, he did it again.
So this is something that we're going to pay attention to, and it's going to be your fault. Let's go to Lewis in Pensauken. Lou, what's going on, man? You're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Listen, I'm actually almost hoping that Embiid asked for a trade this year. I'm going to be honest with you, because it's like I'm living in Groundhog Day. Like every year, no matter if you can change GMs, you can change coaches, you can change players, but it always comes down to every year we're getting out-coached, Embiid's hurt, and the bench is not stepping up. And it's like I said, I'm living in Groundhog Day. And I'm ready to get off the roller coaster.
Lewis,
I really am.
Lewis, 3:36 yesterday afternoon. I literally told the guys, I said, I'm exactly where you are. 3:36. Now, I'm going to root for my Sixers, and I'm always going to be a Sixers fan, but I'm tired of blind, talking myself into thinking that things are going to be
we do
different.
it every year.
Because they're not.
Yes. And to be honest with you, if this is, like I said, I'm not advocating, but if this happens this year, this is the year to do it. You have a lot of cap space. You have, you have draft choices, and you actually have, like I said, you could get a ton for Embiid because right now he's still in his prime, and you could get a ton. If you're going to do it any time, it would be this year.
It's not next year. It's
Lewis,
this year.
And you said it. You are hoping that Embiid asks out. I think that's the only ways out, and we appreciate the call. I don't think the Sixers trade Joel Embiid.
And none of us are advocating for that to happen.
I don't think the Sixers are trade. If Embiid asks out, then Embiid asks out.
I do hope that after he's been banged up like this and struggling to the finish line, that he will take the summer to rest and recover and not go and play in the Olympics.
Look, he's got to win a championship somehow.
Oh, jeez.
All right, coming your way next, today's headlines with Connor Thomas. But also, I wasn't the only guy that noticed Paul Reed was unplayable. The head coach realized that, too. Hear from Nick Nurse coming your way next. More of your texts and your calls about the Sixers' disappointing loss yesterday and the exciting Eagles draft. Let's not forget about the good that took place this weekend. And the good also is the Phillies. We have to talk about them at some point this show as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We got today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. Real quick, I want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Love this. The Von C. Brewing Company.
I've heard about this place.
Get a taste of Philly brewing history with the Fanatic Deal of the Week. This week, only get a $50 gift card for Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown for just $25. So it's basically another buy one, get one, right? You paid $25, you get a $50 gift card out of it. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. All right. I want to play something for you, and then I promise I'll get to a call. I know we have texts, and then we got today's headlines with Connor Thomas. But, look, the biggest story about yesterday's Sixers game is not Paul Reed being horrible. But it is a story as to Joel Embiid needing to play 44 minutes, which...
Or wanting.
But 44 minutes for Joel Embiid, whether you want to give the excuse of the leg or not, I don't think Joel Embiid should be playing 44 minutes a game, but he might have to, because another year where the backup is just killer for you. Really, the only backup that's done anything well for them was Andre Drummond, but they had to trade him the year where they moved on from Ben Simmons in order to get James Harden. Well, it's one thing for me, as you guys know, somebody that's not really the biggest Paul Reed fan, to talk about it. How about the head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers? Here's Nick Nurse talking about the minutes without Joel Embiid.
I mean, he was feeling good and wanted to go, so I think it's, these games are all must win, and we didn't have a very good stretch when he was out in the first half, so we were willing to continue on.
They were so bad when he was off the court.
And Nick Nurse told you that.
Yeah.
In not too many words.
Without even having to say it, when Paul Reed's playing 4 minutes. So I saw a tweet, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the plus minus of Embiid on the court and off the court is just abysmal. It's like plus 100 something with him on the court, and minus 30 something off the court.
Going into yesterday, I thought it was minus 37 or
something.
Yeah,
and that was in just like 33 minutes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
That's like in 33 minutes, That's also how impactful he is when he's on the court, but it shows just how bad they are without him on the court. And that's horrible.
It shouldn't be possible either. Like, Buddy Hield was a did not play coach's decision yesterday compared to, like, who was the Knicks guy? OG Anunoby was one of their deadline moves or pre-deadline move.
Yep.
The difference between that, and it's every year. You remember George Hill? When I was told that George Hill was going to be the savior of this team at the trade deadline like 3 years ago?
I liked the move because they needed a point guard, but what happened?
Because the general manager told you that he was going to be.
No, I don't.
Yes, he did. He did.
I got told by a lot of people that he was going to be.
Myself. See, that's the biggest thing that I disagree with you, John. When you say the general manager told you, of course he's going to say that. He's the guy doing the job.
But you don't have to tell us.
I'll make opinions off my own my own knowledge of watching basketball. George Hill was a good point guard in the NBA. It's just when they got him, he was injured and he sucked.
He was, but you can sell. I don't think Howie oversells acquisitions. I really don't. I think we got the biggest impact guy in free agency in Buddy Hield. Okay.
On the day of the trade deadline, they did.
The day of the deadline, they did.
But earlier in the season, when the Knicks get OG Anunoby and when the Pacers get Pascal
every
Siakam.
guy they trade for stink when they get
It's a great question.
Well, that tells me you're walking into a culture cesspool.
Exactly.
That's what it tells me.
It could be, and I'm telling you,
the common denominator.
We are going to have that conversation when the series is over.
Sorry.
I'm not
correct.
I'm not doing this today.
I'm a little worked up. My bad.
The series is still there. I just know how we're all feeling today. All right, it's 8:05. Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What up, Connor?
Yo, guys, actually, believe it or not, I got to be pretty positive on today's headlines because we could use it. Let's start with something that happened over the weekend. We haven't really gotten into it in depth, but Andrew, you mentioned it a couple times. The Fightins are hot, boys.
Dude, great weekend for them, man.
Sweep over the Padres. Here's how it sounded on NBC Sports Philly.
1 ball and 1 strike. Opposite way. Here comes Castellanos. Makes the catch. And the Phillies complete the West Coast sweep. They take 3 from the Padres. They've won 4 in a row overall. They win it today by a final score of 8-6.
It's going to make me really happy when Spencer Turnbull throws another great outing. When he's pitching tomorrow, right? Walker's first return.
Turnbull tomorrow, Sanchez tonight.
Turnbull tomorrow. Yeah,
right. Yeah, you're right.
Rob Thompson again with 0 feel.
Yeah, he should have pulled him earlier.
The man with no hands.
He should have pulled him earlier.
At the end of the 6th inning with a 4-run lead, you say 6 innings, 4-run lead.
I got what I got.
Fantastic job. Great job.
6 earned runs for Walker because he kept him in too long.
And then he left him in to give up a 3-run homer.
Yeah.
The first hit of the 7th inning should have been Taiwan. Great job, buddy. Great
only
job.
great thing about Walker's start yesterday was he didn't give up a run in the first inning.
Oh, that wasn't the only thing great. You remember the behind the play?
The play was wild.
That was wild.
Holy Christ.
He makes a catch, a liner up the middle. He catches it behind his back, doubles up the runner at first base. But I think that was the first time in Taiwan Walker's Phillies career where he didn't allow a run in the first inning. Right?
It might have been.
Every week it was.
He dug a lot of holes last year.
3-run first for the opposition, but then he would settle in. But yesterday, he looked okay in the beginning.
So we've got a little bit more from this Phillies series. Now, I got to say, I absolutely love the Phillies TV broadcast. I love this guy.
Oh, my God, dude.
Is this the story?
This is the story.
Wild.
John Kruk is hilarious and entertaining and knowledgeable, and sometimes he just kind of loses track of what in the world he's talking about.
I ever tell you about playing the prison team and when I was playing winter ball
in Mexico?
We had an exhibition game every year against a prison team at the prison.
Yeah.
Well, they let me lead off. So I go up there. The catcher doesn't have any catcher's gear on. And I said, "You don't have no gear?" He goes, "No. No mask, no nothing." I'm like, "Well, I'm not going to hit this dude ain't got no catcher's gear on." So I asked the catcher, I said, "What did he do?" He's out, he found his girlfriend cheating. He burned up her car with her and her boyfriend in it. Oh, my God.
This was Saturday, right?
Just in the middle of a game.
Saturday afternoon game.
Saturday night. But then Tom McCarthy says to him, "So we lent him catcher's gear in earlier." He goes, "We lent him catcher's gear and everything." And Tom goes, "Did you get it back?" He goes, "Did he keep it?"
Well, he told more of the story every time he went back.
Yes.
They said, "Don't wear a hat or anything because they'll try to take it off your head."
Yeah.
And he said as soon as he's walking through the prison cells, the guys are trying to
grab his hat.
grab anything that he has.
It's unbelievable.
It's legendary. Only John Kruk, man.
I saw an all-time tweet. I don't know what the account was. I'm sorry for not giving it credit, but it was like, because they have those tweets all the time about the NBA calls when people are just off the rails. And it was, they burned the car with the people inside it. And here's a single to left by Turner.
Exactly. Well, because there was somebody, whoever was batting.
It was Trey Turner.
Yeah,
I think
Trey
had like
Turner
a
got
double down the left field line.
In the it was basically the Castellanos thing all over again. Just not as horrible, because the Castellanos thing was horrible, but
yeah. Well, maybe Kruk is trying to jumpstart Nick Castellanos by telling wild prison stories.
That was a fun story, though.
It would be nice to jumpstart Nick Castellanos.
Either way, man, long baseball season is fun to keep it entertaining there with the Phils. And last thing we'll get into on headlines, a little something you guys brought up earlier, and I have a question for you guys.
It's just unbelievable that I'm watching the same thing unfold. Doesn't matter what round at this point. First round, second round. Well, we can never say third round because they're not out of it. They're never getting there.
My days of believing in the Sixers blindly or believing that this year's going to be different with this assemblage of talent, even the core pieces, I'm done.
Give me a good reason to continue believing in this team or continue rooting for this team.
Don't come to me.
What? Continue to
Andrew, this is you.
Dude, you don't have to believe in anything you don't want to believe in. I just
No. I want to believe.
He
I
wants
want
to believe. He
badly
wants you to help him.
Give me a reason
I'm
why
not saying
I
this
should.
series. I'm saying moving forward, right?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Joel Embiid, if he was ever to stay healthy, and I know it's a big if, he is the best player in a lot of playoff series. I think the biggest thing is, and maybe, just maybe, they finally realize the culture issue that's inside. I mean, look, this series, you're the better team. I got a tweet from somebody earlier in the show that said, how can you keep on saying the Sixers are the better team? I think they're neck and neck. No, the Sixers are more talented than the New York.
Talented team.
More talented than New York Knicks. There is a major difference between the culture and the effort that is shown by the New York Knicks compared to the Sixers. And that right now is the difference. The Sixers outplayed the Knicks in Game 2 and lost. The Sixers, I would say, outplayed the Knicks yesterday. But when it came down to having to go a little bit extra with, I keep on saying, Josh Hart finished with 4 points yesterday, but he grabbed 17 rebounds. There is no Sixer on this roster that would have a bad game offensively, but would find another way to be a positive impact. That is a cultural issue or an effort issue, whatever, or a me issue, the specific player. Whereas Josh Hart realizes, I'm not scoring today, but let me go out there and grab 17 rebounds as a small forward. This isn't Boban Marjanovic. This is Josh Hart off the wing, running after rebounds.
Running after.
Realizing that he's not getting boxed out.
Running after. Seeing an opening, seeing an opportunity. And if he doesn't get it, he's going to fight like hell to get it.
So
there's no fight in this Sixers team.
Why
None.
you should believe, or why I could maybe make a point to believe in them, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and everything that they have available to them this upcoming offseason. The biggest concern is there's not many great players entering free agency. It's going to have to be a trade. Or they sign 95-year-old Paul George, who had a tremendous game yesterday, but I can't rely on also Paul George.
Right.
Again, this is for the offseason. I know. That's why I can't believe, because I know Daryl Morey's going to double down on some other guy that's beyond his time, pay him a fortune, a name brand that is going to deliver zilch.
Well, we have plenty of time to do that. I just, right now I'm sitting here. You ever hear the commentary? I promise this is sports related. Where people talk about Taylor Swift and all of her songs are breakup songs, but they're always about the guy.
Yes.
And everyone's like, you think she's starting to think it's her? I wonder if the rest of the NBA is sitting here watching us believe in the Sixers every year and believe in Joel Embiid and saying, you think they're ever going to figure out it's him?
It could be.
That's my biggest fear.
If you don't think that he plays a big part in this organization's failures,
no, he definitely does.
He does. But there's a lot of people who say, oh, we don't deserve him. He needs to go elsewhere. Bull crap. He is just as much as you throw bouquets, he has to take ownership of the fact that he wasted some good times in his career, too, by being unprofessional.
Absolutely. Look, Joel Embiid deserves a lot of blame. Yep. He's very talented, so you hope they can put something together And it looks like Daryl Morey finally realizes that, all right, let's build around Embiid with shooters and guys that can space out the floor. The problem is the guy that they acquired at the trade deadline doesn't even want to shoot the basketball and becomes a DNP yesterday, and Buddy Hield. All right, let's get to more of your calls and your texts. Get the text board ready, Connor. You can text in at 610-632-0975. But let's also go to the phones. We're not just talking Sixers. We're also talking about the Eagles draft, which we believe was a home run on paper. Let's go to Leonard in Philly. Leonard, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Leonard?
I've been waiting for about an hour, and I appreciate you getting me on because, Tunis, I think John has it, and Connor kind of stated it that we have to start looking at Embiid. I mean, we can talk about all the players, Butler, Harden, Ben. I mean, you can't have 1 point in the fourth quarter.
No,
I don't
you
really
can't.
care. Don't talk about
How about a
how many
rebound,
minutes.
too?
It doesn't matter how many, Bell's. Listen, it doesn't matter. You're getting paid millions of dollars. And, for him to call us out, granted, you're right. But you lie at that point because you don't have the clout at that particular time to talk about the fans who have supported you for years on end. It's the same thing every single year. He is Mr. Softy. The song that we had for Ben Simmons, you can give it to Joel Embiid, and I hope the Philadelphia fans play Mr. Softy when he says something like that at a post-conference.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was not a good look, Leonard, for him to say that yesterday. Look. It was a horrible look after scoring 1 point in the fourth quarter.
Not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. But, look, he could have said that after he dropped 50 in Game 3 and been like, man, I just wish I wish more Sixers fans were here to see it, right? That could have been the message. Doing the message the day after you lose and play the way you did in the fourth quarter is not good timing.
Which is why it was wrong to say at that time, because if you wanted to say it really, truly, you could have said it after the 50-point game. And that's the problem, is that he doesn't have the mentality to just tough it out. He always has to show us how much he's going through.
Well, he does tough it out, and thanks for the call, Leonard. He does tough it out. Like, the guy is playing legitimately after a surgery, right? So, like, that's again, him saying the whole Mr. Softy thing. He's not soft.
I don't consider him
physically.
soft. I do consider him soft mentally.
He could be.
Many, many times. I think I can cite examples where he deflects at moments of stress. He deflects to other things. Deflects to other people, deflects away, blames, and I think that's what he did yesterday. It was a big mistake.
Joe K sent us a tweet from Clutch Points, his fourth quarter numbers in this series. 0 of 5 from the field in Game 1, 2 of 6 in Game 2, 1 of 2 in Game 3. He went to the free throw line, I think, like 12 times. So that's why it was just 1 of 2. It's not that he was shying. He scored 50 points that game, okay? So he didn't shy from the moment in the game. He scored 50. And then 0 of 5 from the field yesterday. So he's 3 of 18 in the fourth quarter of this series. That's disappointing, man. And again, it's not like he's not taking. It's not that he's not taking the shots. He just came up small, but then to bring up the fans
Don't do that.
Is an issue. I know Blue has an issue with it. Let's go to Blue on the cell. What up, Blue?
How you guys doing, man?
Good, Blue.
So listen, man. So I think I'm like many. I just don't understand why there's any shock in how the New York fans kind of took over the stadium. New York has not been in the playoffs for like the last 10 years straight and going through what we've gone through. I think many fans are kind of like me where it's sort of indifferent. I don't even, this doesn't even pain me the way it normally would. Like, I'm kind of like
numb?
really.
Are you numb?
Very, very numb.
I don't think Blue's alone, dude. I really don't.
No, I don't think he is either.
Yeah, man. It's like I didn't even sit down and watch the whole game. I'm a Sixers fan. Like, I had the game on, and I'm playing Xbox at the same time.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, see, no, that's not me. I was locked in.
I wasn't locked in because I kind of like, unfortunately, I sort of writing on the wall, man. I don't know. It's the same thing year after year where it's like.
Yeah, but Blue, when they lose the way they do Game 2 and respond the way they did in Game 3, I go, all right, maybe this is a different Sixers team. And look, I fell into the trap. Basically, it was another trap because they come out in Game 4 without much effort, especially in the fourth quarter. And thanks for the call, man. But you can't blame anyone. I can't blame Blue for having his feelings the way that he does. But I don't think you should blame anyone like me and you as well, you saw a different Sixers team in Game 3. They responded the way that they did after the way they lost Game 2, where there was officiating issues. You felt good about them the entire game. They just unfortunately lost at the end. And they respond with Embiid going off for 50, Maxey having the game that he did, Kelly Oubre having the game that he did, guys making impacts in other areas of the game the way they did in Game 3. I think we all thought, all right, maybe there is a bit of a different Sixers team that we're seeing right now.
I thought there was, but...
And then they come out Sunday like that.
And I think it's one of the things is that every one of us today, even though we're coming from different spots. You and I are coming from different spots, but we all understand each other.
Yeah.
We all understand it. It's just at different degrees of what we think. But yesterday afternoon, it truly did.
You know why we all understand each other? Because it's been like 8 years of this.
It did come.
This isn't the first time. This isn't the second time. This is like the 8th freaking time of this. Now, do we have any texts coming in, Connor, about our lovely Philadelphia 76ers?
Unfortunately, we do, and because they're not making me feel any better. No, we're always happy when people check in with the show, but, man, people are not happy today. This is a first-time texter, so thank you for checking in. No name on this, but so tired of the same song. Really thought this year would be different. 76ers have no heart. They've been outworked and out-hustled this whole series, and the Knicks hit big shots in the clutch. It's hard to argue, man.
Yeah, I mean, they do hit big shots.
Yeah, but they also – how many in a few of the losses already, though? Yesterday it was not. Were uncontested big shots. There was a lot of that going on. Not yesterday. But I thought yesterday was better with that.
Dude, here's a prime example as to when we point out effort. And I know that's such a buzzword that people throw out all the time. But Josh Hart, I mentioned his 17 rebounds, 6 of which came in the fourth quarter. Precious Achiuwa, all right? Freaking Precious Achiuwa.
God bless you.
Thank you. Played all 12 minutes in the fourth quarter because he was defending Joel Embiid that well. Think about this. The third option, the only reason why he's playing is because Mitchell Robinson's hurt.
Wait a minute. So Joel Embiid in that fourth quarter wasn't even going up against an opposing center.
He went up against Precious Achiuwa.
Got 1 rebound.
Who grabbed 5.
He got 1. This is where, again, like as much as we want to say, he's battling through stuff and everything. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
There's no excuses for it today.
Nope.
All right, so we get more into the NFL draft for the Eagles coming our way next. Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds, who we talked to for an hour on Thursday leading up to day one, reacted to day one with him on Friday. Coming up next, we get to react to the entire draft with him. You mentioned that he was all over Jalix Hunt.
He's the only guy I saw locally that brought it up numerous times, and even on the air here.
And this is before
the Fanatic.
Before the draft.
This was Thursday night, too, before rounds 2 and 3.
Yep. So we'll ask him more about Jalix Hunt, the biggest probably mystery player that the Eagles acquired during the draft. But we'll also run through some of the other later round picks because there were some intriguing names. And then also just the fact that they were able to trade up and get Cooper DeJean, a guy that people thought would go in the teens. They got 2 players, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, that were supposed to go in the teens. They got them at 22 and 40 overall. Andrew DeCecco joining us next is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers are fighting for their playoff lot.
Perfect. Perfect.
On this Fanatic Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. We're going to be joined momentarily by Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds, an incredible draft nut. And as
he's just a nut.
Well, he literally told us his favorite day of the draft is day 3. He loves rounds 4 through 7, and he was telling us about Jalix Hunt. So not even a day 3 draft pick; it was a day 2 draft pick. The outside linebacker / edge rusher / former safety that the Eagles selected at Houston Christian. So he was all over him before the Eagles even selected him. So we'll get Andrew's thoughts on Jalix Hunt and everything else the Eagles were able to do in the draft momentarily when he joins the show. You can climb in on the phone lines or the text line, 610-632-0975. We're also open to getting more reaction to the NFL draft because it's something that we haven't talked about much, but that's because of the Sixers and what the Sixers did yesterday, the disappointing game, the disappointing effort again. I can't believe we're using the word effort again.
No, it's effort.
I can't believe it. Like, it's every freaking year. Effort comes into question. And it's always different players or it's the same player. Like, it's just wild to me.
And it's NBA analysts, it's NBA ex-coaches that are bringing up the word effort before we even do.
You see guys standing around, doing nothing, offensively and defensively.
They had such a plan for the rebounding issue in Game 2.
Yes. Well, and in Game 3.
And then in Game 3. And then at the most critical times, just standing around watching, being spectators.
And as I've said a couple of times today, I give Josh Hart a ton of credit. The guy finished with 4 points yesterday. 4. He was 4 of 8 from the free throw line. That's horrible. But those were his 4 points. He grabbed 17 rebounds. He did not allow his offensive issues to mess up the rest of his game, whereas that is an issue with the Sixers. When shots aren't falling for some guys, it seems like they allow that to affect them on the other end of the court or even on the offensive side when it comes to effort, when it comes to rebounding, right? Like that, I mean.
And it's, again, there are so many people, and we've had three different people share it today. I shared it earlier. Yesterday afternoon, I'm off the train. I'm not off the train as a fan. I'm not off the train as a but I
believe train.
But a believer, I'm off. Get me out. Because I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore because I feel stupid for having bought in once again. And by the way,
don't feel stupid because you saw, look, at Game 3, you go, wow, this team looks different. They responded the way they responded after Game 2, gave you faith. And then look, we are all fans, bottom line. We're also paying attention to what the other series are unfolding. And right now, Milwaukee is banged up, and the Pacers are handling their business, and the Sixers should be able to handle their business against the Pacers.
Wouldn't have shocked me and it won't shock me one bit if they win Game 5 tomorrow night.
No, it wouldn't. The series is not over, which is why I'm refraining from having some of these conversations that we keep kind of getting into at some point.
You're
but
smart.
I'm trying to pause that because the series isn't over. But man, it feels like it's pretty freaking close. Look, they have to win 3 straight games.
2 in New York.
2 in New York. That
highly illogical to expect that to happen right now.
And again,
highly illogical.
It happens against the Sixers all the time. So maybe this is the best medicine. I've seen the Sixers blow 3-1 leads. Maybe they can come back from a 3-1 deficit. Let's go to Phil in the Northeast. We're waiting to try to get in with Andrew DeCecco. So we'll talk to him soon. Let's go to Phil in the Northeast. What's up, Phil?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Phil.
Is there a reason that nobody's brought up Maxey?
We've brought it up.
We brought it up. I brought it up in the very first segment. And then again at
2 of
7.
8 in the fourth quarter, man.
Yeah, like 7 points in the whole second half, and he's the main reason that I think that Embiid had to stay in. Because Maxey was leading that charge in that second quarter where the bench did nothing. He was on the floor doing nothing with him.
Well, that's also kind of normal. I mean, whether it's Maxey, Harden, Simmons, you name it. When Embiid's off the court, the plus-minus is always crazy. You know, it's always in the negative when he's not on the court. But you're right. Maxey did not step up when Embiid was off the floor. And even when Embiid was on the floor, Maxey did not play well.
No, he did not.
Yeah, and like Luka Doncic yesterday had a 29-point triple-double. The first thing he said in the press conference is, I got to give Kyrie more help. He's out there giving it his all. And I got to show up for him. I need to hear that from Maxey. Yeah, nobody's really bringing it up.
I would tell you is that I believe we love who we love and we point fingers at people we don't love. That's right. Just my opinion. It's always been that way.
Yeah,
is that
Tyrese Maxey's the favorite son of a lot of people.
Maxey should be 1A and Embiid should be 1.
And we said, Phil, and we appreciate the call, man, that there was no excuse for him going into this series, right? Like, he's going to be a max contract player next year. Nobody's saying that he doesn't deserve it. He's going to get the max contract next year. This wasn't let's give him one more year where we put too much pressure on him. No, he deserves the pressure this year. He is the second best player on this squad alongside Joel Embiid. And Maxey, to his credit, did play very well in games 1, 2, and 3.
No, he did. He's had a fairly good series. Yesterday was incredible.
Yesterday was bad, and he's 4 of 13 from the field in the second half. 0 of 5 from 3. He was still able to get some assists and get some rebounds. I mean, his assists are mainly going to Joel Embiid, but, you know, he came up small. And to Phil's point, when Embiid was off the court, Maxey did not step up. That he was out there when they were 0 of 11 straight. He was out there. Let's go to Mark and Clementon. Mark, you're on the Fanatic.
Hey, good morning, guys, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I think I've developed amnesia the past 5 years with this team with the early exits in the playoffs and the performances and lack of effort. And I think you guys hit it right. I think it is definitely a culture issue because you have a lot of the same faces on this team, and there are some different ones as well. But that influence from those veterans on the team is definitely affecting the players that are coming on, like Buddy Hield and whoever else. So I think something definitely needs to be changed. But the effort is the most thing. Like, you're watching the ball on both ends of the boards, waiting for something to happen. They have to want to get it, and they just don't see that. I don't see that drive.
And that's why we played that Tobias Harris clip. And John's right. Like, I never agree with Tobias Harris, but I agree with what he had to say. Now, he's part of the problem, right? He also is looking at rebounds.
Yes.
My question is, why is this something that I hear every single year? Like, why do I have to hear how the Miami Heat did the hustle plays, the Knicks, the hustle plays, the Celtics, the hustle plays? How come the Sixers can't ever be the team that won the hustle battle?
They don't want it. And I think it's a culture thing with some of the veteran players and the veteran presence on that team. And, they've been there and it's a same old song and dance. And they don't want to change and they're afraid of the change, I guess.
Can I ask you, Mark? Last year, Game 6, 5 minutes to go. Embiid and Harden, did either of them want it? Didn't look it. Game 7 in Boston. Did either of them show up with a MVP or top 75 player all-time effort? No. This is a constant issue we deal with.
And thanks for the call, Mark.
And to think otherwise is just excuse me.
Here's Tobias Harris after the game yesterday talking about the Knicks winning the hustle plays.
And those hustle plays really were the name of the game for them. Expanding on the run that they had, but also getting second chance points and more opportunities. I thought in that second half, that third quarter stretch, we just had too many possessions where we didn't get a look up there, whether it was a turnover or just disorganization from us on the offensive end, and they were able to capitalize. But the name of the game, I thought, was that stretch that we had there, and then also the offensive boards for them.
I mean, it's the same thing every single year, it seems like. There is a game or two games where the Sixers lose because they were out-hustled. I saw it against the Atlanta Hawks. I've seen it against the Miami Heat a couple of times now.
You saw it against Boston.
I saw it against Boston last year. I'm seeing it now in this series. The Sixers are down 3-1 in this series. They should be up 3-1 in this series.
Or at least even. At least even.
You can't tell me. Well, you can tell me because it's accurate. But I can't believe that a basketball team is losing in a series because two of the games was strictly effort that they lost. Games 1 and 4 was strictly effort is the reason why they lost those games.
Has Nick Nurse made a difference in this series?
I mean,
I know because, to me, I thought he's had there are things, and we commented on it before, through the first 3 games. There are things where I've seen parts of his coaching come into play. The way they adjusted to rebounding in Game 2. The Game 3, I thought it was a masterful performance.
Yeah.
But you're down 3-1 in a series, and we would be crushing Doc Rivers if they were down 3-1.
We would be because we've seen it over and over again. This is year 1 of Nick Nurse, so I can't.
The plan yesterday for Jalen Brunson was poor, and it was talked about on TNT, talked about ESPN. It was talked about everywhere. It was a poor plan for Brunson yesterday.
It was a bad game, man. It was a bad game for the Sixers, and now it's another year we have to question effort. And Tobias Harris is saying it. Yo, dude, I don't want to do the look in the mirror, but look in the mirror. I didn't see you put forth more effort either. And the whole team played with a lack of effort. A lack of urgency. You're now 1 loss away, and your season's over. God, it just freaking drives me nuts.
No lies detected.
All right, Andrew DeCecco is going to be joining us at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to Andrew DeCecco. We're going to talk more about Embiid and his comments on the fans, because I know some people want to talk about it on the phone lines and the text lines. You can call in or text in 610-632-0975. We will play it again. I have a question about whether or not we are hypocrites. He is wrong for saying it, but are we hypocrites about something specifically? I'll talk about that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a 76ers playoff update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect.
Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds will join the show to talk about again, on paper, we'll see how it plays out when they actually step on the field, but on paper, an incredible draft by the Philadelphia Eagles where they got two players that were supposed to be drafted in the teens, according to some mock drafts, which is why I don't read them. Quinyon Mitchell goes to 22. Cooper DeJean, the Eagles trade up for and draft him at 40. I'm fascinated by Jalix Hunt, the former safety, now outside linebacker / edge rusher. The Eagles got in the third round. Andrew DeCecco has been talking about him for weeks now, and the Eagles drafted him. So we'll see what he thinks about him. And, of course, everybody else the Eagles selected. Very glad that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is in Eagles green. Also very glad they got him in the 5th round and not the 2nd round, like a lot of people here wanted him to be drafted
in the 3rd the other night. I got so much grief because people were like, draft him in the 3rd. And I'm like, you don't pay him there.
Nope. You don't have to, and you got him in the 5th round.
Played it smart.
Look, it was a great draft. We'll just see how it plays out, right? You'll never know until their careers are done, right? Or it could be the first couple of years we find out whether or not this player is actually good or not. All right, so the other big story from the day yesterday, I don't want to say the game yesterday because it happened after the game, were the comments made by Joel Embiid. There were a lot of Knicks fans in attendance at the Wells Fargo Center again. We saw a lot in Game 3. We saw a lot in Game 4. And so yesterday, in fairness to Joel Embiid, he wasn't asked about it after Game 3. He was asked about it yesterday. But to your point, John, he didn't have to answer it the way that he did because Joel Embiid, you yourself did not show up in the fourth quarter of that game. Here's Joel Embiid talking about the lack of Sixers fans at the game yesterday.
Disappointing. I love our fans. Think it's unfortunate, and I'm not calling them out, but it is disappointing. Obviously, you got a lot of Knicks fans, and they're down the road and never seen it. And I've been here for 10 years. Kind of pisses me off, especially because Philly is considered a sports town. So, they've always shown up, and I don't think that should happen. It's not okay.
Supposed to be a sports town?
It is a sports town.
Supposed to be a sports town? Come on, Joel. Seriously. That's just such...
He knows that it's a sports town.
Such a terrible timing, terrible message. But he is right that to have so many Knicks fans in that building is a flat-out embarrassment. And what happened outside the stadium yesterday after the game with their Knicks pep rally was a flat-out embarrassment.
Yeah, it was horrible.
And I'm not saying I want to see people go out and, throw bows and get into a fight and everything. I think that would that would reinforce every negative thought about Philadelphia sports fans.
But the Knicks fans took over the Wells Fargo Center yesterday.
And we brag all the time about taking over opposing stadiums. For whatever reason, the Wells Fargo Center has become, whether it was the Flyers last year by Boston and the Rangers down the stretch.
It's mainly New York.
Or what we saw this year. It's embarrassing. That was a flat-out embarrassment.
Yep. So Joel Embiid wasn't wrong with what he had to say, but at the same time, dude, time and place, because it wasn't the right time and place for Joel Embiid to say something like that. Now, Ethan was at the game. Ethan in Quakertown. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Ethan?
We've been better, Ethan.
Yeah, I can compare. Yeah, I can relate to that. It was, tailgating out in the parking lot before the game. It was definitely kind of a weird atmosphere. You had a lot of Knicks fans there, and I don't know if it's part of the convenience of just being, 2-3 hours from New York, down there, and whatever it was. But, I've been to a couple now playoff Sixers games in the past couple of years, and I've never seen just that many people out tailgating and that were from, the other team. And it was kind of crazy. And, to Embiid's point, he definitely has a point there. But, talk about a way to kind of silence your own crowd when you can't get anything going for you. Every, second, you're yelling defense, and second chance points is everything else. It just really kind of kills everything.
Well, the one thing is Joel Embiid could have commented on the fact that they were outscored in the paint by 12. With the opposing center, the backup injured.
Dude, Precious Achiuwa grabbing 5 boards in the fourth quarter is criminal.
They get out-rebounded 16-9, I think it was, on the offensive glass. I mean, there's a lot of things that Joel Embiid could have done. Nick Nurse refused to take the cheese. I always say take the cheese with the like a mousetrap. Nick Nurse failed to point fingers at anything else other than the real story. He glossed over it. Joel did not.
Yeah, and we kind of game plan-wise, Hartenstein was out in foul trouble. Josh Hart, I don't think anyone's really talking the fact that he played almost the entire fourth quarter with 5 fouls. And I'm confused by, we shut down Brunson so well game 1, game 2, and it seemed like, hey, maybe we continue doing that. I'm perfectly fine with Josh Hart shooting the ball in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, look, John's pointed out a lot that all of a sudden they went away from their game plan. Thanks for the call, Ethan. Sorry that you were at that game yesterday. You pointed out they decided to not double-team Jalen Brunson all of a sudden.
And even during
he made you pay.
Richard Jefferson during the game, halftime of the game, they're going, well, at some point they're going to start double-teaming Jalen Brunson.
They never did. It's a shame that any Sixers fan that was there yesterday watched the team fold the way they did in the fourth quarter, but also had to be around all those Knicks fans that were having the time of their life. Credit to the Knicks fans.
Credit to the Knicks fans.
But
correct.
It shouldn't even be a possibility. It's a shame that it was. All right, Andrew DeCecco joins us to start the 9 o'clock hour. We go in-depth to the Eagles draft, the players that they selected, how they selected it, the masterclass that Howie Roseman performed. We'll get Andrew DeCecco's thoughts on it coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Also, Howie Roseman talked about mentality when it came to drafting specific players, the chips on their shoulders. I think the Sixers need to take note. We'll talk more about that next as well, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Perfect. Perfect.
Monday morning, Kincade Salciunas, a Fanatic Monday presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopayBryant.com for flexible spending options on a new heating and cooling system. We're going to speak with Andrew DeCecco in a minute to talk about the, on paper, incredible draft by the Philadelphia Eagles. But I want to read you a text that I just got from my former roommate, a Temple alum,
Buddy Joe,
and a revolutionary. So this is a diehard Sixers
another
fan.
cosplayer.
Yes.
There you go.
He, like me, diehard Sixers fans, will try to do whatever we can to excuse the issues of years past, right? He sent me a text. Now, he's a season ticket holder, okay? He says, in reference to the Knicks fans, and I want to think, we're not going to debate this right now, but we'll think about it, and then we'll talk about it after we speak with Andrew. I was at the confetti game. I was at Game 7 versus the Hawks. I was at the Tobias Harris over me game. I was at Game 6 against the Celtics. Just not paying money for that experience again and again. I'm over it. So think about that. The games that we talk about, the games that
he lived them all,
give us nightmares, he was at
and he bought
all of them.
And he's a purchase ticket guy.
Yeah.
That holds even more weight in my book.
And he's like, I don't want to do it anymore.
I can't blame him. That's where I hit yesterday, 336. I was done.
So we'll talk about more of that coming up later on. But let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From inside the Birds and to tremendous work here on 97.5 The Fanatic with all his draft coverage, the great Andrew DeCecco joins us. Andrew, good morning. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good to be with you. We finally had a chance to come up for air and really digest this draft class. But as you said, Andrew, on paper at least, it looks to be a home run.
I mean, it was incredible from the start. We had you on last Friday, and we reacted to the Eagles being able to acquire Quinyon Mitchell, not by trading up, but sitting at 22. And then Cooper DeJean, who a lot of people had going in the first round, falls to the second round, and they trade up to get him.
Yeah, you saw two sides of Howie Roseman. The side where you see a little savviness and him able to play the board and know exactly how it was falling and what teams needed and getting the top-rated player for many. That was the consensus top corner, mine as well. And then you saw, as you mentioned, on the second day, being able to see that a player who they had a first-round grade on was available, unforeseen, at that pick 40. They leaped over the Packers to make sure that they got him and acquired his services. And they really just retooled that secondary on top of already adding a C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then you're getting Sidney Brown coming back. Isaiah Rodgers is there as well. I mean, the Eagles have done some really good things this offseason.
And we're all excited about the fact that they used those first two picks to redo the secondary and the potential that's there. Is there anybody, though, who slipped through the cracks by making those moves that you feel could maybe have benefited them in a big way?
As far as different positions?
Yes.
Yeah, John, I thought they could have addressed linebacker a little bit earlier. They had opportunities at 78, which they got out of. They had opportunities early on day 3, like a linebacker like North Carolina Cedric Gray. Jalen Ford from Texas is a player who could have been more immediately given him a boost. But they did address it in the 5th round. They got Jeremiah Trotter Jr., but he is more of a project type of player. I thought they could have addressed it more significantly earlier in the draft.
Speaking of project-type player, but a guy that you have talked about numerous times, either with us or at night with Bill Colarulo or on your social media or on your podcast, is Jalix Hunt, a guy that I don't think many Eagles fans heard of until Friday. Tell us about Jalix Hunt, what you have seen out of him, which made you talk about him as much as you have, and what Eagles fans should expect out of probably another project, but a guy that there's a lot of excitement around.
Yeah, Jalix Hunt, one of my favorite players that the Eagles got through draft weekend. Someone who was a riser, at least in the media world, but the NFL world was very well aware of who he was. This is a Senior Bowl guy. This is an NFL Combine guy. He got a lot of eyes on him through this pre-draft cycle. He's immensely athletic. He's 6'4", 255, former safety at Cornell, explosive, twitchy, good in space, which is really important considering we're going to expect to see some of the defensive ends and edge rushers drop into coverage under Vic Fangio. And he's someone, Andrew, that has checked off the box every stop of the way this pre-draft cycle. And for me, what solidified what I saw on tape was how he fared against Senior Bowl competition. You want to see how he's going to be able to defeat NFL linemen and use his pass rush plan and his hand usage and all these things that really translate at this level. And I thought that he really did that and acquitted himself well. And I think the Eagles have an enticing, moldable ball Clay. I even spoke to his former head coach at Houston Christian, Braxton Harris, the other day, and he just said, look, if you want a guy that you can develop and he's going to be a premier player for you, Jalix Hunt's your guy.
Do you think the acquisition of picks for next year, the trading back, has anything to do with the fact of the penalty that they expect to be coming for the tampering in the Saquon Barkley case?
Perhaps, John, but I think more so it's, and we've talked, you, me, and Andrew talked about this on Thursday. I think it speaks to the quality in next year's class. You're arming yourself with additional ammo if you want to move around the board there. And the Eagles have always had sort of this propensity to trade for picks in the future and stockpile that and then use that as different, ammo to, for lack of a better term, to move up, trade for players, maybe even before the season, which we've seen. So I think that might be more than the potential of losing picks for the tampering.
We're speaking to Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline, an incredible draft analyst. You've heard him here on The Fanatic loads of times. You can also check him out on Inside the Birds. Andrew, let's just talk specifically position-wise, because you mentioned there were some players that they probably could have gone after had they not traded out of some of their picks. But in terms of positions, are you surprised that they didn't go after a specific position in this draft, or do you think they did everything that we kind of expected them to in terms of positions of need?
Yeah, tight end, guys. I'm surprised they didn't address the tight end position. They had opportunities, and I was looking right at the fourth round when they had picks and if they wanted to move up and get a Texas, Jatavian Sanders from Texas, he would have been a good fit. Jared Wiley, the tight end from TCU, who I mentioned with you guys, he ended up going to Kansas City. He would have been available there. They don't really have a ton behind Dallas Goedert, but I think it really speaks to, well, it's really a testament to what they think in Alberto Quavenam, who they signed to a one-year extension. They want to get a long look at him. And I always like to say free agency doesn't just end and adding players doesn't just end after the draft. It goes all the way through August, as we've seen. But I really think they need to get better in that area.
Are there some free agent players that were signed undrafted that you are really, really intrigued about that potentially, including offensive line, acquisitions?
Yeah, off the top of my head, guys, I can tell you that there is a tackle. He played tackle at Maryland. Gottlieb Ayadizi is, I believe, how you say it, but he was a tackle at Maryland. Hasn't been playing football very long, maybe 3 years, and he still may qualify for the NFL Combine. And he's really athletic. He's 6'4", 310. So his body type really translates to guard at the next level. But Jeff Stoutland, I was there at Maryland's Pro Day. Jeff Stoutland was there, so he got a first-hand look at what he was able to do. And this strikes me as the quintessential practice squad type of player that they're going to be able to mold and develop as a piece for the future.
Is Will Shipley a potential replacement to Kenneth Gainwell? Not this season, but down the road if Gainwell does not re-sign here with Philadelphia. Like, what can you expect out of Will Shipley out of a backfield that, of course, includes Saquon Barkley as the lead back?
Yeah, I like the Will Shipley pick. I think he's someone that can add a different dimension to the offense as a receiver, someone that can be moved around and create different mismatches. It has yet to be seen, Andrew, if Kellen Moore is going to implement and accentuate that area of the offense, because we really haven't seen it. We didn't see it last year with DeAndre Swift as far as running backs being able to catch the football. But I think that it behooves the Eagles to really take advantage of what Saquon Barkley and Will Shipley can do in that facet of the game. He does have a little bit of a fumbling issue, which is something to be mindful of, guys, but I think that as someone who played at the highest caliber of college football, he immediately upgrades that backup position and adds a new dimension. It's kind of hard to hate that pick.
Do you think some of the acquisitions have really helped the red zone issues? Because I think over the years under Jalen Hurts, rushing in the red zone's been a real advantage, but the passing game has sort of stalled out.
Yeah, that's fair to say, John. So, I mean, when you say that, I assume you're talking about Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver from Florida State.
Sure.
The 6'7", nearly 240-pound receiver.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, that was one of my favorite picks on day 3.
Did they address it? Could he play tight end?
He can. He can be a move tight end, and that's kind of how I scouted him through this whole process, more through the lens of a move tight end, an athletic one. But I didn't get the sense that that's how the Eagles see him. I think that they're going to give him every opportunity to carve out a role as a wide receiver. He moves a lot better for a guy that size than you would normally see from players looking to make that transition. So we'll have to see. He's a little bit more fluid. He's a decent route runner. If they're able to get him as a project wide receiver and he can do something on special teams, I mean, that's a great guy to stash at the back end of your roster and develop, and then you have a red zone weapon.
Andrew, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming on today. Thanks for everything that you've been doing with the station over the last couple of weeks. And I know we'll be bugging you again down the road because we now have to see how these guys play out. But on paper, pretty damn good draft for Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an Eagles fan, you have to be really excited with what they've been able to do from free agency through the draft. Looks great on paper, and we'll have to see how it all pans out. But I appreciate you guys.
You're the man, Andrew. Have a great day. There's Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds on the Comcast Business Hotline.
Lots more coming from Andrew and Bill Colarulo and more as we beef up the Eagles coverage all year long.
Yeah, because before you know it, it's
well, my national holiday comes up in like 10 days.
Oh, what?
Schedule release
day, so W's and L's day?
Well, no. I'm going to be,
I don't think you can have a personal national holiday. I think it's just got to be a personal holiday.
It's just look, there's one of them. I'll ask Stacy and HR about it.
Okay.
Yeah, but here's the deal. I will just tell you this. You can't run from it. You might take off. That doesn't mean I'll do it.
I don't know.
I will do W's and L's the day you come back.
This is your first fight.
I have the power, damn it.
I will be deaf. I will be deaf at that point.
I can't wait to do. We'll do 2 things at WLs. The day you're out, me and Connor will do it. But then you know how we have gut feelings and things change.
Gut feeling W's
we'll do gut feeling W's and L's.
Seriously, why don't we just play the song every second?
There's only 18 games, Johnny. 17.
Nothing worse than
How many games
last year? Oh, well, they got the Giants and the Cardinals and everything at the end of the year. Win, win, win. That's why it's so stupid to do wins and losses in the summer.
It's not stupid.
It is stupid.
It's a day on the sports calendar. Some might say it's the greatest day in sports, right? Following the first 2 days of the NCAA tournament.
I love putting the dates on the calendar.
They're going to beat the Packers in Brazil.
All right.
There you go.
So let's talk about this some more. The text that I got from my buddy Joey about the fans.
Hey, Joey.
And he is a diehard Sixers fan.
And a consumer.
See,
to me, that carries more weight.
So once again, his tweet, I read it before we had Andrew DeCecco on. And look, I am upset with the turnout of Knicks fans yesterday and Game 3. He says to me, in reference to Knicks fans, I was at the confetti game, Game 7 versus the Hawks, Tobias Harris over me game, Game 6 last year against the Celtics. Just not paying money for that experience again and again. And that's like, I know there are probably other fans that felt that same way.
I can't rip him for it. I mean, because first of all, he's putting his hard-earned money on the line.
Right.
Which is something. But to me, I can't rip him for the mentality because it's where I'm at. It's where I was at yesterday afternoon. How many times am I going to are you going to get pantsed by the same group of people over and over again? Even though many of the faces and names change, I know for a fact that I don't trust what the plan will be of this offseason. I know it. I don't even know what the plan is yet, but I won't trust it because I have no reason to trust it. None. So I'm just, look, I'm not done being a Sixers fan. I love the Sixers.
Not.
They're my team.
It just takes a toll on you.
I can't do it anymore. I cannot issue any kind of blind faith to think differently. And I feel stupid that I got sucked in again.
You got sucked in. It was a trap. And watch, they'll win games.
No,
five.
I'm
They're
not going to
winning
be
5
shocked.
and 6.
I will not be shocked.
They're
going to
force a game 7.
If they win game 5, I am not shocked
And then
at
they
all.
win 6 in Philly.
They might win 6.
And then they force a game 7.
No.
And then we'll be back on board and we'll say, all right, bring on the Knicks game 7. Oh, look at what's going on. Look, Indiana beat Milwaukee. You know that's what's going to happen. You know what you said? I'm going to bring this up again, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow. You said we would learn a lot about the Sixers team going into game 3. Will we learn a lot about the Sixers team tomorrow night?
Yes. Everything we need to know.
They didn't
If
show
this
up
team-
to a game 7 last year. That was a game 7. You're down 3-1.
In a hostile environment.
You're down 3-1 in this series.
And they're going into a hostile environment in an elimination game.
Do they not show up like they didn't to a game 7 last year? Or do they go, we still got this?
I'm more apt to think that they are going to show a ton of fight, but will they show intelligence and effort when the game is on the line? I'm not sure.
Well, hopefully they do.
That's where I'm leaning.
Hopefully they do show a ton of fight. Now, to that point, so Howie Roseman, let's play that clip again. It was cut 4, Connor. Howie Roseman, I love this. Obviously, they're looking for talented players in the draft. But he also looked for a specific type of player when it came to the mentality and leadership of a player. And it may tell us that there were some issues that actually they were reported about.
No, it tells us.
But it may tell us that that is what was a problem last year, lack of leadership, lack of mental toughness in the locker room. Take a listen to what Howie said about not just this draft, but this offseason and the players, the type of players they were focusing on.
We had kind of a philosophy. We wanted to have a mentality offseason. We wanted to bring in people here who had a chip on our shoulder because we felt like we had a little bit of a chip on our shoulder. Not in a bad way, just in a way like, we felt like we wanted to do whatever we could to put ourselves in the best possible situation for this year because we had a bad taste in our mouth for last year. And we wanted to bring in as many people, and I say we because it starts with us, that had that kind of same feeling. And it started in free agency, bringing in the free agents that we brought in. And we were looking for people in the draft who had that.
I think a prime example is Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, bringing him back. A lot of people, fans, us, media members, pointed out when they got punked by the 49ers, but it started pregame when the 49ers ran through their individual drills and not one single Eagles player had anything to say about it. Whereas a guy like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson may have had something to say about it, and it would have led to the pregame scuffle, right? They wanted a specific mentality out of the players they are acquiring. I wonder, is there a way the Sixers can take note of that? Look, you have one of the greater GMs in sports, not just NFL, in sports right now.
Supposedly.
I wonder if Daryl Moore, and I know like Daryl Moore's gone to training camp and vice versa. I wonder if he can take note on that. Now, look, it might be easier said than done. They did bring in P.J. Tucker, who was supposed to be that, mental toughness guy. He may not provide what he doesn't show up on the stat sheet, right? That kind of guy. Can the Sixers get that in an off season?
More importantly, I'm asking the question: does Daryl Morey know how to identify it?
It's a great question.
Because honestly, I mean, Daryl Morey, we talk about him as one of the greatest executives in the league.
I don't. I
do not either.
I think he is bright.
I think he's bright, and I think he's good.
I did a show called Daryl Morey Day, where my buddy Jamie Lynch, he and I were doing the show together, and with Ray Dunn, and we went through all of his moves in his career, and basically came to the determination that
50-50?
He's overrated.
Yes.
The James Harden trade that he made way back when he was with Houston out of OKC was a great move, right? There were a lot of really bad moves.
And I don't believe, I know for a fact, and we said it, and we'll talk about it when the time is right, but I have zero reason to believe that this offseason they're going to say, look, we can redo this roster. It's a roster overhaul, and we're going to pick the right guys.
Well, they have to.
But I have zero reason to believe they're going to do the right thing.
Right.
There's no reason to believe that.
I don't blame you. And we'll see. And I do think he has my guess is Daryl Morey already has a plan. My guess is.
I'm sure.
Look, I'm just Daryl, I'm begging you, okay? No Tobias Harris on a cheaper deal. Don't.
Oh, my God. I would be so out.
Don't do. I will not watch a game.
Oh, no, but he's going to. But you got to save that money for Paul George.
Look, I would rather have
cooked Paul George.
I would rather have one-legged Paul George than Tobias Harris.
I'd rather have no leg.
No, how about no? How about none? How about none on Paul George? I know for a fact they'll double down on name brands and say, look, name brands. We got name brand guys.
Here's the
and
thing.
if it was 5-6 years ago.
Trae Young coming to a basketball team near
don't tell
you.
me.
You just wait.
Oh, my head's going to explode.
You just wait. A point guard that plays alongside
Hey, guess
Embiid and
what?
Maxey.
Trae Young would inspire me 1,000 times more than chasing Paul George.
Just telling you. You wait.
Seriously.
You wait.
No, I had much more interest in that.
Second I saw that he was available for trade, you just wait.
I don't know what you got to trade for him. That's the issue.
That's a great point. Yeah, so please, Daryl, no more Tobias Harris. I'm popping my champagne, all right?
Little bottles of champagne, though.
Yeah, but one day.
The cheapies.
Every single day during the week. All right, coming up next, more of your reaction. Fill up that text line. We'll read some text coming up next. 610-632-0975. Reaction to the Sixers and the NFL draft. Weekend for the Eagles. And also, we really have not talked about them except for today's headlines with Connor Thomas. The Phillies are on a tear right now. They set a franchise record yesterday, and they can expand on that franchise record today. We'll tell you what that is coming your way next. We'll preview the series with a horrible Angels team with, you want to talk about overtaking a building? You have somebody that you know is going to the game with a lot of people because of how affordable the tickets are. We'll tell you what's going on in Anaheim. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers fall apart.
Perfect.
Salciunas. I just got a nice dose of Connor's phlegmy cough in my ears.
I think it's allergies.
Yeah, but, you know, we have the button behind the curtain. Connor can communicate with me over, like, in my headphones, and it not, like, you don't hear it or it doesn't go out over the air, and he starts coughing. And it's this phlegmy cough just in my ears.
Yeah, I was yelling a lot this weekend. I had softball. I played golf. I was yelling at the Sixers.
Why were you yelling at golf again?
Yeah, you yell at your buddies sometimes.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I've almost killed one of my buddies golfing. I missed him with an approach shot by like 2 feet.
By an approach shot.
I didn't say a
Mr.
word.
Golfer Connor Thomas. All right.
That's what it's called.
In a couple minutes, we'll talk a little bit about the Phillies, more about the Phillies weekend, because we haven't talked about it much. Between the Eagles draft and the Sixers debacle yesterday, but an incredible weekend for the Phillies in San Diego. Now they're about to start a series against the Angels in Anaheim. And the ticket prices are ridiculous. It feels like it's Sixers process days again. But before we do that, I want to get a couple more texts about the Sixers because I want people to be able to react and vent and be frustrated because we all have the same feelings that you do after that horrible loss yesterday. Yeah, and be heard. So what do we got coming in on the text line? You can text the show as well as call the show. Same number, 610-632-0975. What do we got, Connor?
Yeah, so Matt checks in with a couple good ones here. So he starts off by talking about Embiid. Is he aware of how the first 10 years he's been here has gone? Because I didn't have tickets to sell, is what Matt's saying. But I'm one of those guys that people would have questioned because I wasn't tuning in during the regular season. 70 points was cool, but like a lot of people told Andrew, who cares because we know how it ends. He follows up and says, I feel bad that Andrew can't realize he's in an abusive relationship with the Sixers and keeps coming back for more.
No. I realize it.
So you've got
I realize.
Know your worth, King.
You have the battered spouse syndrome that you're just going to keep going back.
Because I think there may be a time where Embiid finally, well, not think, sorry. I hope that there is a time that Embiid will 1 year finally be healthy, and they'll have a roster around him that when he kicks it out to guys, it's not Tobias Harris open in the corner clanking a three-point shot that sent off a 4.5 level earthquake in the New Jersey area.
Can you tell somebody who's had a injury-riddled 20s into early 30s that they get healthier in their 30s?
Well, that's a great point. They don't. But
that's why I love your optimism, because it's better to be.
No, dude, it's not even optimism. It's reality. Joel Embiid is a freaking dynamic basketball player.
He is.
He's just never healthy. So it's not optimism, it's reality.
Well,
and there might be a time where maybe he's hurt in November and December, and then he's better in January, February, March, April.
Well, he's going to. And remember, we have to give him a certain amount of nights off a year just for load management and everything.
Yes, so, well, that's not just him.
So
that's not an Embiid thing. That is a league thing.
So this, not for everybody, but for him,
a lot of players.
For this summer, then when he gets his rest time,
he shouldn't play.
A lot of rest.
I've said it. I agree with you. He should not play in the Olympics.
And he's going to go. And he's going to go play in the Olympics, and he's going to put more wear and tear on him. And then it's going to be, well, he's a little tired because he did play in the Olympics last summer. It's totally stupid, totally reckless, and totally selfish.
He's going to turn into Carmelo Anthony, who had an incredible NBA career, never won anything, but was like the big Olympics guy. Right? That's going to be what Embiid is.
Something.
That's going to be what Embiid is.
The big Olympics guy.
And he literally was campaigning to be on numerous countries' teams.
So it's not optimism. It's not blind optimism. It's reality that I know when this guy is healthy, he is the best basketball player in the league. It's just a shame that it's always played out. And that's why when you asked it earlier, when the day comes where he's no longer on the team, my first thought will be, what if? Not.
I'm so appreciative I saw it.
Yes.
Is it going to be? It's like and Ron Davis, our friend Ron Davis, brought it up to me on text, like a Lindros situation.
Yeah. What if? Like, you know how talented the guy is. It's just there was always something, or there was the one big blow. Something happened. So, it's a freaking shame. So, yeah, it is kind of an abusive relationship.
I feel like we need to sit down and have a pint of Ben and Jerry's ice cream and talk about how you deserve better. Like,
I do that often.
One of those therapy sessions.
I do that often.
We
around 8:30 every.
We also have a check-in from Will in Drexel Hill that says, I don't have it in me to be upset about the Sixers this year. SSDD, which if you don't get stands for same blank, different day.
Yep.
I'm really excited about the offseason. Oubre, Melton, and Payne can stay. Everyone else is free to go.
I can't count on Melton because even though I appreciate him being out there.
That's the second Melton thing I've heard. I don't need Melton.
I don't understand what you've seen in Melton that you're like, got to have him back.
I think Melton's got the backup quarterback syndrome right now, where it's like, oh, because he's not playing, you think if he was, he'd be better than what we're watching. But
I like him as a bench piece.
Right.
And that's it. I don't like him as a starter.
Summer.
But, yeah, exactly.
We'll do this all summer, and the Kelly Oubre thing, definitely.
Yep. All right. So the Phillies, they sweep the San Diego Padres. This is another bright spot over the week.
Though.
Actually, two-thirds of this weekend was nice. The Eagles had a nice weekend. The Phillies had a nice weekend. It's just the Sixers debacle yesterday that brought us all down. But the Phillies with a nice weekend. They sweep the Padres. They're now 19-10 on the season. Bryson Stott, we haven't really talked about that much. 2 home runs yesterday, so big day for Stott with 4 ribbies. Real Muto had a home run yesterday, 3 ribbies. The Phillies bats are alive right now, which is great, right? We talked about hitting season and why does it seem like the Phillies are the only team in Major League Baseball that doesn't have hitting season early on. But they put 9 runs up in the first game of the series, 5 in Game 2 and 8 in Game 3. Good weekend
really
for the
nice
bats.
Job.
Yeah. And now you have a 3-game series against the Angels, who you should take care of business against. The Angels
win another series.
Angels are 8 games under 500. Yeah, it doesn't have to be another sweep, but win another series. I know how it gets tough being on the West Coast, especially that final day of the West Coast trip, getaway day. So they'll probably drop 1 in this series, but maybe we shouldn't hold them to that. Maybe we should expect another sweep. I don't know. But a good weekend for the Phillies, and I would say a good week ahead for the Phillies. Now, what's crazy is you know somebody that's going with 12 kids.
How about this? Is my buddy Josh is sending, he lives out in L.A., his son and his baseball teammates want to go see the Phillies.
Which is cool.
And you can't go to a Dodger game, 12 kids.
Right.
Can't go to a Dodger game. He bought 12 seats. Connor, Andrew knows the answer.
Let's see if he's closer than me. It's the Price is Right game.
Mid-range tickets at the Angels.
Mid-range tickets.
Outfield pavilion. So they're going to be over the outfield wall, but in lower level.
12 seats.
12 seats with ticket fees.
Oof. All together, we're talking?
All together. 6 in one row, 6 in the next row.
So I'd say probably about 30 a pop. So what's 30 times 12? I'm not a math guy. Someone help me out here. $360.
300 something. You're wrong.
You're well. How about $117?
What?
I think you said 167.
117. You said,
but with
you
the
guessed
fees.
120. You guessed no.
Oh,
That's with the fees.
I said 170.
Oh, I thought you said 120. No, I thought you were really close. $117.
Jeez.
He purchased 12 seats for his son and his friends to go game. And parents were saying, "What do I owe you for the tickets?" He said, "No, just like
Bring Mike Trout home. Save him from that crap."
The tickets that he were $3.
Now here's where Angels fans are screwing up, because as a process supporter and
cosplayer,
revolutionary member,
you're a cosplayer out there.
The games when the big teams were in town, the prices went up. They knew when the Wizards were coming to face, Furkan Aldemir, the tickets would be $3. What the Angels fans are making a mistake of, they know that the Phillies are in town. Because I saw somebody sent me a photo. There's a ticket on StubHub right now for $3.
No, there's hundreds of tickets for $3.
Yes.
And that's what he did.
They should try to jack up the prices when the Phillies are in town, but I guess not.
Have you ever gone to Angel Stadium?
No, I've never been west of Denver.
Okay, if you go to Angel Stadium, going there for I think it's a 5:40 start tonight or a 6:40 start is terrible.
Oh, really?
Getting to Anaheim,
I imagine.
rush hour is terrible. So that's the reason. Weekdays are really cheap. They will up the tickets on the weekend. And they do much better on the weekend.
Yeah, it's a 6:38 local first pitch.
That's terrible. Yeah, that is.
Which also, why is it 6:38? Just do 6:40.
Going to Anaheim for a 6:38
I'd rather be 6:38 than the supposed 1 o'clock tip off or 7 o'clock tip off that doesn't happen for another 20 or 30 minutes.
Fair point.
All right, I'm gonna let him have his say. Okay, John, we're gonna sit back and listen. We're going to go to Chase in Westchester, who wants to bring positivity for the Sixers.
I love it.
Chase, the floor is yours, my man.
Hey, man, I know we're all getting down after those 2 home games and stuff like that.
Just yesterday's, not game 3.
We were all up for it then.
Nick still kind of took over that stadium. We came out with a W, so we're all happy about that. But why are we ready to get down already? It's not over. We're delusional every single year up until the final whistle. So what's different this year? Why not buy back in? Like you said, Andrew, we know for a fact they're going to make us buy back in by winning this next game in New York and then winning the one at Game 6 at home. So it's just the perfect storm. It's the perfect letdown. It's what Philly's going to happen. It's what Philly always does. But I think they take it in 7. I think they're going to do it to us and get us to Game 7. And I think at that point we're all going to buy back in.
Well, of course we're going to buy back in.
Chase, here's where your theory falls apart. This is not what the Eagles do to us. The Eagles usually can get to a conference title game, a Super Bowl, or another round game. The Phillies have shown us the last few years they can advance, and they can get to a Final Four or a Final Two. This isn't what Philly does to us. This is what the Sixers do to you year after year.
Hey, but what do the Sixers do to us year after year? What round do they lose in? Round 2. This is round 1. I think we can get by, and if anything, the pace is taken from us in round 2. But I think we at least get there.
Wow.
We would not handle that. I would handle losing this series to the Knicks, and thanks for the call, Chase, better than I would losing to the Pacers.
Seriously.
Totally agree.
I would handle it so much better.
I can tell you this, win one playoff game this year with this roster, if they don't win tomorrow night, it's an epic freaking disaster.
John.
It is a disaster.
One playoff game between the 3 winter sports.
Yeah, it's horrible. I just saw a post that was out yesterday from ESPN Bet. Joel Embiid is the 4th player in the last 25 postseasons with multiple games in the same series shooting 0 of 5 or worse in the 4th quarter. Those players, Hito Turkoglu in 2009, C.J. McCollum in 2019.
Oh, boy.
But in 2018, Paul George. So, sure, let's bring him on. Let's bring him on.
Gotta go
board
get Paul
too.
George, man. He's got a lot left in the tank.
Let's add to it. All right, Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show coming your way next. The Kincade Salciunas Key 3 and our crossover with one Bob Cooney. All coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tonight from 6 to 8, a Birds Insiders.
Perfect. Perfect.
Kincade Salciunas picking up the pieces from yesterday's very, very disappointing loss. Some say numb. Some are numb to it. I mean, it's I guess however you take it, however you believed in this team.
Today wasn't as negative as I expected it to be, though, from our listeners and everything like that. I think I expected more anger.
Well, it's
almost more resolved.
It's because we've been here before.
It's the truth.
And I worry if apathy will settle in. And we'll see what the reaction is Wednesday morning, win or lose. Because if they lose, I don't know how many Sixers fans are calling in Wednesday excited about a win.
Oh, I think people would be back excited.
I don't know. If they're down 3-2.
If they're down 3-2 coming home, I think people would be excited again.
They just lost.
I know.
At
I
home
know.
yesterday because of effort, not because the Knicks balled out.
You're
Jalen
right.
Brunson had a hell of a game. They lost in the fourth quarter because of effort.
They did.
And it's not something that I question often, but I've now questioned it twice in this series. And it's not just me saying it. Tobias Harris literally said that they lost the hustle plays. But I feel like I've heard that exact clip 5 different times now in the course of 6 seasons.
You have.
Hey, head to 975thefanatic.com to enter for a chance to win $2,000 from Mom in the Mother's Day giveaway. Sponsored by Pilates Florist. Make Mom's Mother's Day special with beautiful flowers from Pilates Florist, now at 3 locations to serve you. Visit PilatesFlorist.com. If they lose tomorrow, that means we don't have to deal with any Mother's or Father's Day losses.
That's true.
Because we've been dealing with that. So maybe the Sixers are doing us a favor.
Yeah, it could be.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, you're going to be doing some heavy lifting today, man, because I'm freaking miserable.
You're a wordsmith, is what I must say, though. I admire the effort of trying to make it seem somewhat positive this morning.
Oh, it was a beautiful morning driving in.
It was nice.
And the Eagles draft was fantastic.
Yeah.
But you put those things aside, the rest of the weekend sucked. I have to start with the Sixers and the performance yesterday afternoon at the Wells Fargo Center, if you believe it was the Wells Fargo Center, because it sounded like Madison Square Garden at times. The Sixers lose to the New York Knicks. They drop Game 4, so they're now down 3-1 with the series heading back to New York. And there's a million storylines from this game. And once again, effort is questioned. 13 offensive rebounds for the New York Knicks in the fourth quarter, guys. Not in the game, in the fourth quarter. 13 offensive rebounds for the New York Knicks.
My days of believing in the Sixers blindly or believing that this year's going to be different with this assemblage of talent, even the core pieces, I'm done. I'm not done being a Sixers fan. Of course not. I'm not done rooting for them, but I'm done getting sucked in and believing that things are going to be different because the same excuses get trotted out. There's always an excuse. There's always some reason that it happened. But to me, a lack of effort in 2 of the games of this series has totally swung it. It could easily be even. It could easily be 3-1 Sixers. But you know why not? Because they've been outplayed, they've been out-hustled, they've been out-coached. And that's something that I did not expect to happen.
Now let's go to our happy place.
What is the happy place?
The Eagles NFL draft.
You're getting to it. That's it.
The Eagles draft was a masterclass by Howie Roseman. I understand that there's still some question marks about some of the players that they acquired. You have to also draft based off of upside. But the Eagles draft, are there actual complaints? I understand somebody might say, I would have preferred this player over that player. I brought this up last week that I thought that the Eagles were anger-proof going into the NFL draft. Is there something that you could legitimately complain about from this weekend?
Overall, I think the Eagles plan saved my weekend. It made me smile. It made me get excited about what's coming this fall.
Yeah.
It made me get, I am really, really excited for what they're about.
Joel Embiid comes up small in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Joel Embiid cannot score 1 point in the fourth quarter after dropping 50. And look, we gave Embiid his flowers. You know how I feel about Joel. He backed up what he said after Game 2.
Yes, he did.
Look, we're the better team. We're going to win the series. And he comes out Game 3 and drops 50 points. But then yesterday, scoring 1 point in the fourth quarter. And I don't care if the Knicks were doing different things defensively. Joel Embiid's got to find a way to score more than 1 point in the fourth quarter.
Philly is considered us forced down, so, they've always shown up, and I don't think that should happen. Yeah, it's not okay.
Come on, Joel. We're going to disagree on this one.
But is he wrong?
You can be right and you can be wrong at the same time.
I got you.
You don't have to say every freaking thing that comes into your mind. You're disappointed, Joel? You know who else is disappointed?
Every Sixers fan that watched you score 1 point in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everybody who spends their hard-earned money to go to the game that was there, that was waiting to cheer, that was waiting to be fired up.
Yeah. Second round, we're fired up about picks 50 and 53, and they use those to trade up to 40.
What did you say when you saw that deal? Like when you saw that they were trading up and giving up. My initial reaction was, you know when you see a guy take a shot in a basketball game and you go, no, oh, yeah,
But then
that
you're
was awesome.
right because it went in.
My initial reaction was, hell no.
Yeah, because you wanted to draft 3 players
correct.
in the top 53. But they go up and get Cooper DeJean.
And I did not complain.
What?
No, I was loving it.
It's just unbelievable that I'm watching the same thing unfold. Doesn't matter what round at this point. First round, second round. Well, we can never say third round because they're not out of it. They're never getting there. It's just another year where you're just sitting here perplexed. There is a mentality with the Knicks that the Sixers don't have, and that's why you're now down 3-1 in this series, and you hope to force a Game 6 tomorrow night. All right, that was the key three. Kincade and Salciunas key three best minutes, arguably, from today's show, if we even make 3 minutes. By the way, I forgot to say it last segment. Philly set a franchise record yesterday with 19 wins in the month of April, and they could expand on that tonight because April's not done yet, believe it or not.
That's true.
Now it's time for our crossover. Good morning, Bobby.
Why are you disgusted that I'm here, Andrew? Why are
I'm
you
not
being
disgusted
like
by
that?
you. I'm disgusted by the Sixers' effort in the fourth quarter. I don't like.
Yeah,
I don't like questioning effort, but
you
twice
guys got to the brink of what my theme is today of the show. You got to the brink, but you didn't cross over. I had a buddy call me yesterday, and he goes, "Man, Embiid's a loser." And I go, "No, he's not a loser." And we're talking it out. I came up with, he's not a winner. I'm not saying he's a loser, but he's not a winner. Then, as further conversation went, talked to more people, I labeled the Sixers organization as a losing organization.
I think
you guys went to the brink there today, said all the things, and I have so much evidence behind me. Look, it could have changed. It could have changed if triple doink does or quadruple doink doesn't go in, and they win that series, and then maybe the next year or 2 years later they have that exactly. They have that winning mentality. It's any sport. You can high school, college, whatever. When teams don't have that winning mentality or winning organization, things like yesterday and a whole bunch of other things that I have noted out that I'll bring up today happen.
Do you think that part of that could be that mentality could come from the fact that Andrew and his friends had to be cosplayers when they lost on purpose and thought they were the smartest people in the room?
No, I think it's players, and I think it's the building.
It's so many things. Like, I think so many things lend to it. And, look, this isn't – there's been a lot of research put behind this. I just think right now – now, it could change, but right now they're a losing organization.
Yeah, and
guess where it starts, in my opinion?
How about ownership?
Absentee ownership.
Yes.
You're running 4 different teams because there's a soccer team over in England that you're also partner of. So, yeah, it's a lot of stuff. And it's a shame.
So you don't think they're going to come back down 3-1? I was saying this. You know they're forcing a Game 7.
I could see them winning. I mean, look, they could be up 3-1 right now.
But they're not.
So, yeah, but they're not. They're down 3-1.
Because of what your thesis may be.
I can't wait to hear this. I can't wait to hear this today.
All right, Bobby, we'll be listening.
I was asking Bob questions yesterday on text during the game. I cannot wait to hear what's on the board today. Hey, remember, we want to thank our friends at the Davis CPA Group, Ron Davis and the whole gang, for supporting life-saving cancer research with the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it, too. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because I'm living proof 3 times over. Cancer research saves lives.
Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. Enjoy the beautiful weather.
Yes, enjoy it.
Maybe forget about sports for a second.
87 today.
Well, actually, don't forget about sports because you want to listen to Bob Cooney coming your way next. But everybody have a great rest of your day. Tomorrow, we preview Game 5. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.